Academic, researcher and international secretary of the American Communist Party, Christopher Khorly. Mr. Khorly, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you very much for having me.
Now, Ukrainian forces have already launched multiple attacks in the first 24 hours of this year, resulting in dozens of civilians killed, including children. What's Kiev trying to achieve by repeatedly targeting civilian and residential areas?
First and foremost, I want to extend my condolences to all of those affected by this act of state terrorism. It is clear from the recent speech by President Zelensky on his Christmas address that Ukraine is continuing this state-sponsored terrorism and even targeting the president of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. So I think that what we are seeing is a continuation since 2014 of the Ukrainian fascist regime's tactics against civilians. We've seen tens of thousands killed and wounded in the Donbas region since 2014. And this is ongoing now in this period of the special military operation. Now, the attack last night, of course, was extremely heinous and condemned by many. But the problem is that the supplies keep flowing to the Ukrainian regime, and they keep committing these acts of barbarity and savagery against civilians. Thankfully, there are many of us who continue to document these crimes with the hopes of an eventual tribunal to hold these Ukrainian fascists accountable. But these crimes are ongoing, and it's a very serious escalation what happened last night on a day that was supposed to be one of peace and joy amongst all family and friends.
And why do you think such incidents do not change anything in the way Western media and politicians cover or perceive in terms of the conflict?
Sadly, the West has been pushing Russophobia for decades, if not nearly a century at this point. And so the West has become almost inoculated to the idea of civilians in Russia being equal, in some way equivalent to their own civilian populations. So everyone is seen as a legitimate target, so to speak. And sadly, that is part of the issue that we are seeing, that the targeting of civilians, which has gone on, has not only been, there's been failure to address what all of these civilian deaths mean, but ultimately there's a continued push for arming Ukraine and giving even more weapons and intelligence and training to the Ukrainian forces to continue to carry out such atrocities against civilians, especially in the Donbass. So this is an ongoing situation, and sadly the Western media continues to paint a picture where Russia is somehow the aggressor and Ukraine the victim, and the victim can carry out these atrocities without any sort of justice or, ethics or morals being taken into consideration.
Now, Mr. Khorly, in addition to other targets, Moscow has been taking UAVs down in their hundreds for the last few months. So why doesn't Kiev choose to use these weapons on the front lines to gain advantage on the battlefield instead of targeting civilians?
Of course, Ukraine is using a wide variety of tactics, and I think that there are some units on the ground that continue to try to attack civilians because it shows in the media that somehow their attacks are achieving their objectives. All of the UAV targets that are military, many of them are shut down, as you rightfully point out, and many of them are intercepted. However, when civilian targets are selected and they are not defended by various anti-aircraft, anti-UAV systems, therefore they're able to achieve the objective, which is terrorism by the Ukrainian regime. And therefore they can count it as, a +1 for attacks that have been carried out and have been successfully done. So I think that it's a low-hanging fruit, but of course it's by far the most brutal, savage, and barbaric acts, which is targeting civilians, which are protected under international law. They are not allowed to be targeted according to the rules of armed conflict. But of course, for these fascists, there are no rules and anything goes for them.
And meanwhile, while all of this is happening, reports say that the CIA told Trump that Kiev wasn't targeting Putin's residence and was aiming for other objects in the region. Now, this coincided with Trump reposting an article saying that Russia is showing, quote, bluster and is an obstacle to peace. What do you make of this timing?
The timing is very convenient, I think, because we are entering into the new year. We've already passed multiple deadlines set by President Trump to try to achieve some peace agreement. Of course, we remember before the election that he said in 24 hours he would find a solution. Unless the root causes are dealt with, there will be no solution. And right now, even though the Russian Ministry of Defense has provided through the necessary channels various intelligence and understanding of what happened, what transpired with the UAV attack on President Putin's residence in the Novgorod region, they continue, U.S. media continues to push this line from the CIA and other intelligence agencies in the U.S. that somehow this was not the case, and now Trump is going down that path. So I foresee that we are not going to have a peace agreement anytime soon in the near term, and this will further destabilize an already complex and fraught relationship.
Now, Russia says that it has transferred digital records and route files from the UAVs that targeted Putin's residence to the US. How do you expect the White House to react to this evidence, given the CIA's earlier assessment?
It depends on ultimately who collects the intelligence and who filters it, processes it, and then hands it to the president. The president won't get it just straight away. It's going to go through various filters. The question ultimately I think that we all should be asking is, who's going to get that intelligence? Is it going to be Witkoff? Is it going to be the CIA? Is it going to be the FBI? Is it going to be some committee, the Pentagon? Who knows who? And ultimately, how are they going to portray that intelligence, and how are they going to hand that to the president so that he can understand exactly what transpired? And if it's going to be even in the way the Russians have provided it. So I think that there's a lot of lingering questions as to how that's going to be done. And ultimately, how that's done is going to shape how the president will address this in the coming weeks.
Yes, the situation definitely sounds like a game of Chinese whispers. It really depends on who gets the evidence. Well, following the attack on Putin's residence, Moscow said that it will respond militarily and has chosen targets already. So amid these latest attacks in Kherson, what kind of retaliation do you expect from Russia?
Russia, of course, follows international law and international norms and standards related to armed conflict. They will choose military targets, infrastructure targets that have a military or technical capability, and they will continue to carry out all of these targeted strikes that do not kill civilians, as you can see. They do not target civilian centers. They target military and infrastructure and other industrial sites that are used by the Ukrainian regime to carry out these kinds of attacks and to continue to drive their war machine. So that will continue, and I think the Russian Ministry of Defense, along with all of the other agencies and groups, will continue to target what is necessary to achieve the objectives of the special military operation.
And just to stay on this topic, some media and public figures say that Moscow should have shown restraint and not responded to the terror in order to keep the peace efforts running. What is your take on that?
Moscow has every right and every legitimate right enshrined under international law to respond to this terror attack, which targeted its civilian population. And it's going to be proportional, in line with international law. And there's no question that Russia is justified to do this. Russia, of course, as I mentioned, is targeting military targets. So it's going to hunt down which units carried out this UAV attack and target UAV infrastructure, plants, industrial facilities, technical centers, anything that helps to supply the Ukrainian regime with these UAVs, and also logistical hubs. All of those are legitimate targets to combat this state-sponsored terrorism.
And just a final question to wrap things up. There was no apparent condemnation of Kiev's New Year night strike on a civilian festival from any European country, really. Why is there such radio silence?
There's such radio silence because of the glaring hypocrisy. And as I said before, Russian lives are cheap. They are not considered equal to other European member states' lives. They're not considered equal to many of how they consider the Ukrainian lives in their media. And ultimately, it's very much akin to how Western media portrays the lives of people in Gaza. There are the enemies and there are our friends, and our friends' lives and their civilian populations are worth much more than the so-called enemy or strategic adversary. And that's why there has been no condemnation, even though there should be. This was a civilian gathering for New Year's with family, with friends, and ultimately with children there and with elderly. This is a heinous crime. But as you can see, the glaring silence is an indication of what actually Europe values. It values itself over everyone else.
Well, thank you so much for such an insightful discussion. We just heard from academic, researcher and international secretary of the American Communist Party, Christopher Halali.
Russia has something to strike the decision-making so hard there will be no stone left standing. We have to stop. We need to agree on peace next year. I suspect that our British brothers may be behind this, but it's rare for such incidents to happen, a terrorist attack on the president, and it doesn't without someone high up approving of it. This is speaking from experience.
Belarusian president said there is not really surprising because for a while now, Russian intelligence and Russian officials have been stating that Ukraine and British intelligence have been working hand in hand regarding certain attacks that happened in Russia. Russia's foreign intelligence warned before that Kiev and London have been plotting a series of bloody provocations to escalate the conflict in Ukraine and also to disrupt the peace talks that are happening between Washington and Moscow. In fact, the Kremlin also previously stated that the complexity of Kiev's attacks on Russia showcased that it could not have been acting alone. But let's just highlight some of the examples here of potential British involvement. In April of 2022, Russia accused the UK of provoking Ukraine into attacking Russian territory after the then British defense minister stated that it would not be a problem if Ukraine uses British supplied weapons to strike at military targets in Russia. A few months after that, in November of 2022, Russia's Black Sea flagship was damaged in a Ukrainian drone attack. Now, the Russian ambassador to the UK stated that the British special forces were involved in that strike. In September of 2023, the UK comes back to the conversation again, and this time with accusations that it has helped Ukraine in a missile strike in Crimea. In fact, on that instance, the foreign ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova stressed that the attack was planned in advance with the help of Western intelligence and with British intelligence specifically coordinating that missile strike. But let's listen into a statement from Russia's foreign intelligence service on these schemes between Ukraine and the UK.
We have information that the British-Ukrainian terrorist tandem is preparing new acts of sabotage. The main objectives of such subversions are the escalation of the Ukraine conflict, thwarting the U.S.-Russia talks, and persuading the White House of the necessity to continue providing Kiev with fully fledged military aid. For the perfidious Albion, Kiev has become a perfect perpetrator of heinous provocations and terrorist attacks, only too happy and ready to do dirty work for them. However, everything hidden comes out into the open fast, especially when professional warmongers try to play games with major nuclear powers.
Now, even more, in March of 2024, the chief of the Federal Security Services of Russia accused the UK of being a culprit in the Crocus City Hall terrorist attack, where over 100 civilians were killed in Moscow. Or again, in October of 2025, the FSB accused the UK of helping Ukraine coordinate a large-scale drone attack on Russian military. And that attack took place in June of this year, an attack that targeted 5 Russian air bases, and again, an operation that was just ahead of the Istanbul talks this summer.
Under the direct supervision of British intelligence, the Ukrainian Security Service's Operation Spiderweb was carried out just before talks between Ukrainian and Russian delegations in Istanbul on June 2nd. The British ensured subsequent propaganda coverage, feeding falsehoods to the media about supposedly enormous damage being inflicted and an exclusively Ukrainian organization of the sabotage.
Now, according to Moscow, there have also been many false flag accusations in order to frame Russia, which in turn would heighten tensions in Europe. And, you know, when the foreign ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova was asked about the attacks on the Suja gas metering station, she stated that the command for that attack came straight from London.
According to the Russian Defense Ministry, the Ukrainian army struck Suja gas metering station twice. How do you comment on that?
There is reason to believe that the guidance and targeting of the strikes was carried out via French satellite systems. While British specialists entered the coordinates and curated the launch, the command was given by London.
So London keeps on coming up quite a lot in a lot of these Kiev attacks on Russian soil. And the FSB chief also accused previously the UK of being intimately involved in planning Ukrainian cross-border raids and strikes, as well as in Kiev's targeted assassinations in Russia.
What about his counterpart then in London? Because the British Secret Service, MI6, has got a new leader this year. Has she said anything regarding possible operations in Russia?
Well, you know, the UK itself is not hiding its support for Ukraine, of course, and their close relations with Zelensky. But right now, it really does seem like that diplomacy is no longer the chosen option to solve conflicts at this point, because the new chief of the MI6, the British intelligence, had an opportunity to express its enduring support for Ukraine. But not only that, but she also decided to threaten Moscow with direct warnings to Russia's president.
I'm going to break with tradition, and I won't give you a global threat tour. But I will focus here on Putin's Russia. We all continue to face the menace of an aggressive, expansionist and revisionist Russia seeking to subjugate Ukraine and harass NATO. But Putin should be in no doubt. Our support is enduring. The pressure we apply on Ukraine's behalf will be sustained. The export of chaos is a feature, not a bug, in this Russian approach to international engagement. And we should be ready for this to continue until Putin is forced to change his calculus.
I mean, when you hear such warnings, directed at a president and add up the many times in which London has been accused of being involved in these attacks in Russia, Lukashenko's comments regarding the UK potentially being involved in that terrorist act on Vladimir Putin's residence do not really seem so strange.
Well, let's flesh out perhaps then that warning from MI6 turned reality. What would be the ramifications of British involvement in the Ukraine conflict?
Well, it would be a lot. First of all, I guess it is the destruction of hope in restoring any sort of relations between London and Moscow anytime soon. And such actions from the UK, of course, are not in Ukraine's best interest. I mean, they essentially seem to be in support of dragging this bloodshed even further. And it's all, of course, in hopes to weaken Russia, as they've mentioned time and time again, which is not working because we know, and the situation on the ground shows otherwise, with Ukraine losing more and more territory. But let's also remember that former Prime Minister Boris Johnson was accused of being the reason as to why Ukraine chose not to sign any kind of peace agreement with Moscow back in early 2022, shortly after the special military operation started. An agreement that could have avoided the prolongation of this conflict and could have also prevented many more casualties.
When we returned from Istanbul, Boris Johnson came to Kiev and said that we would not sign anything with them at all, and let's just wage war.
Now, the UK here remains one of Ukraine's strongest supporters, despite the fact that one of its allies, the US, has chosen a different route as of now. And with everything that I've mentioned earlier, of course, it's really no surprise that Moscow continues to stress here that London is deeply embedded in Ukraine's actions against Russia.
Hi, everybody. Today is Thursday, January 1st, 2026. Andrei Martyanov, our dear friend, our brother, is here with us. Welcome back, Andrei, and a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to everybody.
Andrei, let me start with what has happened in the Kherson region. The drone attack on civilians, which Maria Zakharova was talking about it. And she said, the people in Europe should know what they're doing to the civilians. They're killing their billions are killing civilians. It's not just about Europe, but it's about NATO, all countries in NATO. What has happened, Andrei? And we had another attack on Putin's residence. what was that attack? It was on Putin, it was on his residence, it was on somewhere else, because there's people are asking, questioning, it was on, you know, they wanted to assassinate Putin, they wanted to do something else. What's your understanding of that?
Well, I mean, CIA and MI6 are war criminals. I mean, basically that's who they are. They're terrorist organizations. These are obviously, they curate, they run this SBU and GUR people in Kiev. So they're terrorists, pure and simple. In Kherson, they killed children, women, about 24 people. 50 of them are wounded. Majority of people who died have been basically burnt in this hotel and cafe where they were celebrating New Year. So that's what they do. This is their modus operandi. They are not good at war. They love to promote themselves in movies, but in reality, they are just basically petty terrorists. You know, they pretend that they do something special, while in reality they're cowards. They hide behind their, basically back of their proxy, which is Ukraine. And yeah, it's from their blessing that's what is happening. Mr. Radcliffe is I don't know who he is, I mean, personally, obviously, and I don't care, but I mean, I'm sick and tired about the CIA, you know what, the fairy tales about how great they are. Primarily, yeah, the drug trade and things of this nature, terrorism, that's what they do. And so this is all the basically pattern, modus operandi, because obviously we know that Trump is not in control of his administration. He doesn't care, really. I mean, he cares about parading himself as the most important thing ever in the universe. So, and he has those people who try to sabotage his own policy. So he can do nothing about it. He doesn't care. I mean, the guy is it took him about what, half a year to figure out that Kellogg is an idiot, as he called himself. But dude, you appointed him. What does it tell you about yourself if you continue to appoint idiots and sabotage people who sabotage your policies? And so it will continue. They will continue the terrorism. They are good at, as I already stated, you know, attacking civilians, raping, you know, blowing up commercial shipping. That's what they do because they are not good at war. They are desperate. And Larry with Garland yesterday, they said there's no plan. They cannot plan. They can react, you know, they are basically, it's knee-jerk reactions, and most of those people there, they hate Russians so much that they will go to any lengths, you know. If not for, you know, Russia being what she is, they would put Russians into concentration camps, you know, gladly, you know, so that's who they are.
Andrei, the attack on Putin's residence, and they were talking about they wanted to attack the decision-maker center for nuclear strategy. I don't know, something like that. What was that attack? They wanted to attack...
Yes, they were trying to attack Vladimir Putin's residence. The superintendent of the GRU, former GRU, today it's GU, Admiral Kostyukov today presented military attaché of the United States with the controller from one of those drones, which has happened to be American, British, and German, you know, parts. So, and yeah, it was deciphered, and controller was handed to a military attaché of the United States in Moscow by none other, as I already stated, the biggest honcho in GRU. So Russians operate on a very simple premise here. Let them go out and parade themselves, war criminals that they are, especially Western media, saying about, you know, all kinds of the, you know, tabloids and Murdoch's, you know, sewer like Wall Street Journal and things like that. And then, of course, yeah, after everything this, you know, craft storm essentially passes, here it is. Here's the proof. And yeah, it was basically targeted at Vladimir Putin. And I don't know, we don't know really if he was there at all. But obviously, it's the work of everybody speaks now openly, MI6 and CIA, and let them eat that. And after that, what can I say? They don't understand. And again, there are no people. They have a lot of paramilitaries, we're going to go and kill, Al-Qaeda and things like that. They don't understand war. They do not understand what it means. And they don't understand that even attempt on the life of the head of the nuclear superpower, it's casus belli. If, God forbid, something happens to Vladimir Putin, London will cease to exist within 20 minutes. Okay, together with Brussels and together with basically personnel of CIA, Pentagon, and everything, which is happening, which is located for now in Europe. So, and Trump will have about 25 minutes to get hold of Moscow and try to explain that, no, Washington is not supposed to be flattened. But again, those people, as I already stated, they're ideologues, fanatics, and all kinds of bizarre people with bizarre, religious and other, views. And as the result, so they think that they can play this game. But they will squeal like wild pigs when something, flies back to them. And again, as I already stated, Trump is absolutely useless as a president of the United States because he collected this bunch of the criminals around himself. As I already stated, it took him half a year to understand that Kellogg is an idiot. And the Kellogg was national security advisor for the guy who betrayed him, Trump. He sold him out to the left and to the right. His vice president, Mike Pence. This is what we know about Trump. The guy has zero statesmanship, skills. And as a result, we have on one side, we have obviously Pentagon, as represented by Mr. Hexet and other people, trying to kind of settle things down and calm them down. And you have the CIA, which are, as I already stated, they are not good at spying. I saw the forecasts, and this is it's written by amateurs, essentially. So, and that's what it is. Simple as that.
Andrei, you mentioned the case of Keith Kellogg. I remember when Donald Trump decided to work with him, everybody was asking, what is the point? This guy, every time he's on Fox News talking about the war in Ukraine, it seems that Joe Biden or Anthony Blinken or Jake Sullivan is talking about the war in Ukraine. So how come this guy can be, the main negotiator on the part of the United States to bring the conflict in Ukraine to an end? As you mentioned, after, almost we are, after a year, full year, he has decided, Keith Kellogg is not working well. So, another thing that is so much troubling, in my opinion, that this attack on the Russian president should be condemned by the president of the United States. He should come out, because these sort of attacks, it seems like you attack, Donald Trump in the United States and you put the blame. People know when you attack Russia, there are intelligence, the people behind the scene, and everybody knows who are these people and where they're coming from. But when you see no reaction on the part of the president of the United States, which somehow I really believe that he wants to put an end to the conflict in Ukraine. But there are many people in his administration who are not happy with that concept.
Well, yeah, that's what it is. You nailed it. Absolutely. And he doesn't control his own administration. He cannot put together any kind of the coherent policy in the sense that he can order people around. That's what President of the United States does. The guy cares only about profits. He cares about himself. He is a game show host, okay? He is the New York real estate shyster. He never graduated any further than that. And there are many indications of that for the last 10 years. So it's nothing new, really. He cannot control the country. He cannot govern. He doesn't have governorship, capabilities. But the point is, as I already stated, these people, especially when you look attentively at the British side of the story, those are losers. They are all of them without exception. If you look attentively at their army and armed forces, it's a joke. I mean, you look at the British economy, it's a joke, and so their parliament is a joke. It's a bunch of the, pretend politicians. So they are driven only by hatred and frustration from the fact that they are not even the first 10. Their economy is somewhere in the middle of the second 10 of their countries around the world, and the one, as I already stated, they have very few things industries which of any consequence, like Rolls-Royce, for example. Not in terms of cars. The cars are the overpriced junk to sell to all kinds of riffraff from Middle East. It's primarily for jet engines and things like that. This is only one of the skills that they still retain. But I mean, their output in industrial output is pathetic. It's the third world countries' output. And so, as the result, you have those people, and can you imagine who the hell those people from Chatham House, from from MI6, from all those, especially King's College, all those military people, supposedly their general staff courses, which are few months, and they think that you can prepare any officer. So they see that, they feel it, and they look at Russia, which is the empire, which actually succeeded despite the fact that thank God, shedding all those, fringes, and basically returning back to the global status. So they are frustrated. They hate Russian guts. They would go to any lengths. They don't have humanity. They are cowards primarily, So as I already stated, they know they cannot fight the real war. They don't understand what it is. As a result, it coalesces into this type of the reaction, which is not really any kind of the planned thing. It's basically, I use this analogy that it's like the rowdy, nut job, the psychiatric ward patient, which tries to, speed and scratch, all those orderlies who put them into the restraining, gear. And so that's exactly what is happening. They are chihuahuas and they have to live with that. But yes, they will continue to terrorize people. They will continue to do things of this nature, together with Radcliffe and CIA, who, yeah, that's their capability. That's the only thing. CIA cannot spy anymore. They cannot collect information. They are not spy agents. It's a paramilitary group, basically, which deals in all kinds of whatever they do, drug trafficking and, terrorism and what have you. And so that's the result. It's the part and parcel of the complete decline of the West, which is circling the drain, and it will continue. But as I already stated, Russians will play it, to the last drop. So you have to understand that, and it's already happening, especially with this morning's, presenting U.S. military attaché in Moscow with the gift, with the present, and Happy New Year. And after that, we know that the basically center, including the 15 crews, actually, up to 15 crews from Chernigov area, where usually that type of things originate in terms of drones, have been obliterated. So, and it will continue. Russia continues to do what she does. Russians do not do knee-jerk reaction. It's always measured, and it's always with some effect. And if you take a look at actually what is happening in Odessa and other places, they have a party, okay? So they are burning. And eventually, that's where it is all going. Ukraine will be denied any kind of the industrial capacity, and it will be reduced to the essentially agrarian state, primitive agrarian state, enough to sustain itself and feed its people. And there will be no real serious negotiations between Russia and the United States. Trump is not a partner you can trust.
Andrei, how do they get the information from Ukraine? I'm talking about the Trump administration. Are they getting them by the British intelligence? Are they getting them directly from Ukrainians? Or they have some sort of agents in the region that they're gathering the information and sending them to the United States?
Well, Larry explained it yesterday when speaking to Garland, and Larry knows, unlike me, he has the first-hand experience as a CIA officer. The primarily information is by liaison. That means what? It's Ukrainian and British, and they it tells you everything about you need to know about those people. They are amateurs in terms of their basically assessing the veracity of the information. All those fancy words like competing, hypothesis, methods of analysis, they don't. I mean, the few people who do understand what is there, they do not have any kind of the influence, especially when you consider that your director of the CIA is a fanatical Russophobe. He hates Russian guts. So what do you expect? I mean, there you go. So, and you can sell them, again, they will buy any idea from MI6 and Ukraine that Russians eat babies, for the breakfast. They would gladly accept that. And so we saw basically total implosion of military intelligence apparatus of the combined West, and it's on the way down, on the way out. United States have been together. Well, not speaking about Europe. Europe has been defeated. It is, if you take a look attentively at the New Year videos from Milan, from Italy, from Germany, soup kitchens, free food, for people. I mean, mile long, huge lines waiting, which is sad, of course, but that's where they are going, and nothing can stop it now. And as the result, they, lashing out any way they can, speed, scratch, so thinking that something will change. But again, they have to understand, CIA's Langley, headquarters, let alone MI6 in London, which they, you cannot shoot, cannot make photos of it. Yeah, sure. So they didn't check, obviously, Russia's optical electronic capabilities, unlike our common friend who still believes Russia doesn't have, well, that's the whole other story. But this is actually the best, even better than keyhole resolution now, and Russians can see actually specific people going in and out if they need be, and so those coordinates are fixed and easily targeted, and nothing they can do in the combined West to stop if it comes down. And again, there is one thing which, for example, none of the Western countries, including the United States, has. Russia can wipe out those organizations without damaging the rest of the city, saving civilian lives. Simple as that. And we know, what I'm talking about. It's not just Oreshnik. There are other systems which can do this job easily, and that's it. But yes, this is what those people are. And again, when you look at this academic fraud, which is produced by, for example, those elite, Oxford, the degree mills in terms of humanities, that's where primarily British politicians are coming from. That's the only thing they can do. I mean, they can kill Skripal's cat and kidnap family and keep them, we don't know if they are alive. That's what they're good at, Fighting war, no.
Zelensky, in his New Year message, he said that they're closer to peace in early months of 2026, but after all, they're not going to withdraw from, the region, from the Donbass region. How is that going to be achievable? Andrei, has the position of Russia changed since last time we talked?
Oh, yes, it did. Mr. Lavrov, Mrs. Zakharova, and everybody else, they already stated this. It's hardened. It's going to be, again, listen, you have to take a look at the line of the combat contact. Those few people, even in Pentagon, who have any degree of the expertise left, who understand, and they can actually properly assess situation, they can see what is going on. Last time I checked, which was yesterday, Russian army was about 11 kilometers from the outskirts of Zaporozhye. 11 kilometers, it's 6.7 miles, So, and this is primarily the, steppe type thing, without any kind of forest or anything. And that continues everywhere. And so, sure, they can pretend whatever they want. They can spread all kinds of the BS like, we're going to unblock those. They tried. It's called the one company of tanks tried to get back near Kupiansk. Of course, they have been all killed and burned down. So that's what it is. There's no capability there. I mean, they can conduct terrorism. Terrorism is the weapon of the weak. And NATO is the dead man walking. It's weak militarily. So is United States. It's pretty much good for, I don't know, I don't even know what it's good for anymore. It cannot conduct real serious combined arms operations of scale, especially against the peer power, and many people do not understand. And I'm on record for the last 10 years. It is United States which is near peer power, not Russia. And so they continue with this, harangue, basically just pretending that, oh yeah, well, just masters of the world. And the more they do it, the more they embarrass themselves. And so, yeah, that's the civilization collapse. We have to understand that. Everything we see, what is happening, including internally in the United States, and especially in the economic and industrial and scientific senses, Europe is not salvageable. Period. And Europeans, when you said, Europeans don't care, majority of them don't care. If tomorrow the Russians will be all killed, the majority of them, not all, will be fine, so they will be probably even glad that they got their hands on the resources of Russia and, oh yeah, our standard of living. That's what they care about.
Andrei, if the war continues in Ukraine, for the case of the continuation of the war, do you see any moment that the war would go to Odessa and Nikolaev, or you see some sort of different strategy on the part of Russians when it comes to Odessa, particularly Odessa?
I don't know about Odessa. Yeah, this is the issue which everybody tries to raise. And listen, I'm obviously not privy to the thinking of the general staff. Nobody is except for the two people, essentially. Well, two entities. It's obviously Chief of General Staff Valery Gerasimov. He was talk about specifically the military issue. And of course, Mr. Rudskoy and his main operational directorate, and people like Kostukov will know. So obviously it's highly classified. Whatever the contingencies are worked out there, I'm absolutely positive there is a contingency there, and there is planning which have been already completed that includes possibility of going to Odessa and physically taking it. It would be absolutely inappropriate from any serious general staff not to have such a planning. That's called contingency planning. So will they do it? It's obviously for political leadership to decide. It's for Security Council. It's not only about that Vladimir Putin, is some kind of omnipotent, political figure. He is definitely the most powerful political man in the world today. But still, it goes through the Security Council where, everybody from Mr. Medvedev to Mr. Lavrov to Mr. Gerasimov to Mr. Belousov all sit there and decide what to do. And can they do it? Yes, they can. Will they do it? I don't know.
And Andrei, one of our friends, your friend and my friend, Colonel Jacques Beau, is under the sanction in Europe because of what he said about the conflict in Ukraine and mostly about Ukraine and his position on the war, on the battlefield in Ukraine. When Europe goes that far, to sanction one of the most decent citizens of Switzerland, which is not part of Europe, by the way. Yeah. But since he's living in Brussels, he's living in Belgium. That's why they can put a lot of sanction, put a lot of pressure on him. But what's going on internally in Europe that these people who are concerned about the future of their land, the future of Europe, particularly, they're somehow silenced by Europe, by the political parties in Europe.
Europe is done. Again, I mean, how many times? That's probably why some other European people don't invite me to their shows anymore, because I'm saying, you are done, it's over. So European people are cowards. They allowed it to happen to them because they have been satisfied with the standard of living, which they're going to lose. They are in the process of losing it. You have to give it at least some credit to British, who understood that, you know what, as much as their political elite are imbeciles, but they knew they had to stick to the United States because at least the United States had some kind of, not that they didn't screw it up recently. So, but again, they think that they can sit out Trump. But the point is Europe is done. It's over. And there's no future for it. It's going to be the second world, you know. You already can see European cities. They are crap holes, dirty. They will not be able to deal with the immigration. They can protest whatever they want. It's the point of no return. France is done. It's not going to exist as the unified state and the French nation probably in 15 years. I was giving it 2035. Some people said 2050. Some people say it's going to be 2035. Germany is over. So it doesn't matter who comes in. And again, no matter what political party, it doesn't matter. 99% of those political parties, they will follow this political line, which is, of course, hatred of Russia. And in their opinion, they think that they can basically, they continue with the war. Again, they continue with the theft and robbery. Europe is incapable of really fighting real war. And so the only thing they are capable of is bankrupting it. And essentially it will disintegrate. European Union will disintegrate, and then the hell with them. And they can, go and do what they were doing for the last 1,000 years. Go and kill yourself. If they will go anywhere to the east, Russian soldier is not stepping on European soil anymore, period. But Russian weapons may, and that will be the end of Europe as such. So in this case, people say, I want to, again, forestall all kinds of the, basically accusations that, you have Schadenfreude. No, I don't have Schadenfreude. I'm just looking at it realistically, and I was speaking about it for the last second decade non-stop, that Europe is done. It's just that now it came to a head, basically, and we know it's bankrupt, and nothing can save it, And so United States, well, again, as I already stated, look at the U.S. Congress or U.S. political elites. It's laughable. And that's the end. That's how the end happens. And the only thing which is happening right now all over the place is Russia trying to maintain it under control, not to essentially escalate to the World War III, which will end really fast, So, and what can I say? Europeans wanted this future. They got it.
Yeah. Andrei, we had in the news that the BRICS navies, they're going to have a joint exercises in the South Africa in January 2026. We talk about the SCO, and because SCO is a security, sort of collaboration. But BRICS is something different countries with different views and their differences, considering all of that. What is the meaning of having joint exercises, and who's the enemy, and what is the threat for BRICS?
Joint exercises are pretty much a routine thing, make no mistake. But you have to keep in mind at the core of those joint exercises, and the core of those joint exercises will be Russian and Chinese navies. And then, of course, the secondary, if Indian Navy, which is still a powerful Navy, will take part. So it's basically how Russia and China go about it, militarily. And it's obviously working out some kind of the interaction, cooperation, no doubt about it. But primarily, Russians and Chinese do this non-stop, what many people do not understand, without any kind. It's just like every week you look up and say, Russian bombers and Chinese bombers do the joint patrol. Russian and Chinese navies, they do their joint patrols and sweeps and what have you. Yeah, that's what it is. So essentially, this is up to Russia and China how they shape the militarily BRICS. Or obviously, we know that Shanghai Cooperation Organization is the security type thing. But why not to invite people from BRICS? It's absolutely natural. And again, keep in mind, these are basically routine exercises. But in the end, it is entirely up to Russia and China, with degree of input from India, how they will develop the proper security detail for the Eurasian landmass. And obviously part of the major security of the Eurasian landmass is naval component, obviously, especially considering all kinds of the bizarre things like AUKUS and, so what can I say? Just developing the coordination and, joint operations maybe.
Andrei, in the eyes of Russians and Russian government, do they see the threat still coming from Georgia, or the case of Georgia is somehow wrapped up, or they don't feel it as it was before? And how do they see today Georgia and the Southern Caucasus? I'm talking about coming, not just Georgia, coming down to maybe to Azerbaijan, Armenia.
Pragmatically, Mr. Aliyev blew the relations, which have been very friendly, completely on his own, obviously, but under the influence of all kinds of forces from wink, wink, you know who. But his family's money are obviously in London, and they are all tied to London, and that's the only line of the influence, for example, British have. But for some reason, they overestimated what could be done. And eventually, when Ilham Aliyev and Azerbaijan found themselves still stuck between Russia and Iran, they recognized that, it looks like we still have to do the north-south corridor. And so it doesn't matter what they think. You have to understand that. What matters is as any limitroffs, and limitroffs are the countries on the fringe, okay? While obviously important countries, they are nowhere near in their capability and in their influence and in their weight, geopolitical weight, than, let's say, players like Iran, let alone Russia. And so they have to kind of, try to survive, especially considering the not very good situation with the economy in Azerbaijan. Armenia is a bankrupt country. It's nothing good gonna come out of there. And so, they will continue to elect the guy who, and don't forget, Yerevan has the largest American embassy in the world. There is a reason for that. Obviously, Armenian national policy and Armenian psychology is based only one thing. It's called diaspora. Oh, we have all relatives and friends in the United States. They will come and help us. Okay. Russia said, sure, just, on your own, so, but Georgia is, obviously, it's a separate case. Do not forget, Georgians will constantly, raise this question of the, South Ossetia and, obviously Abkhazia. But the point is, they understood, they on themselves and in themselves, especially looking at Ukraine, and they're not stupid people, Georgians. And so they understood they could be used the same way. Well, they tried to use it in 2008. It ended really badly for them within 5 days. That was, by the way, basically signal to Pentagon, And so, what can I say? There will be attempts to destabilize Caucasus. This is what British especially do. For some reason, they consider themselves specialists in Russia and in Caucasus. But the point is that you have a Chihuahua, which tries to, provoke somebody, and you have a bulldog, and especially when you look attentively at economically what Russia represents out of itself. It's only in the U.S. intelligence community they believe that Russia is still 90s. You cannot explain those people who studied, economics from all kind of degree meals in Ivy League or what have you, wherever they recruit them for that. Dudes, you don't understand what real economy is. Russia is economic monster. And so, those countries, limitroffs, especially in the Caucasus, they will have to follow somehow the overall vector. But what, for example, as Aliyev lost, if you take a look, he lost any kind of influence inside Russia, especially with the demolition of the Azerbaijani diaspora being a euphemism for the organized crime groups. And that's why he was So, he was reacting in the knee-jerk, way. And so, and it's not going to be friendly relations. Now it's not going to be, hey, Ilham, the Vladimir Putin calling, how can we, decide things? No, it will be, okay, here are the conditions. Do you want to do it? If not, okay, you are on your own and we'll take it from there, So, and especially when you now have suddenly, oh my God, there's alternative railroad way through Turkmenistan. Oh, okay. So, and they had their time. They had their, basically, time under the sun. And it's over now. Things changed.
Yeah, Andrei, it's amazing because these countries, they don't understand when they get involved in greater conflicts. It is a conflict between the East and the West. We have to accept that. And they see what happened to Ukraine. Ukraine was not a small country. No. 700,000 soldiers are not, the most important and the largest military in Europe was Ukraine. And just imagine how these little countries that Azerbaijan wants to somehow play around with, for example, Russia.
That's what Limitrovs do. That's what Belarus does. Mr. Okashanka does also. It's multi-vector policies, as they can say, but actually it's the desire to sit on several chairs simultaneously. This proposition has been removed by Russia. It's essentially, it hasn't been stated this way, but it is implied, and it's like either you with us, almost George Bush doctrine. Either you with us or go to hell. That's what it is. It's actually much worse than that. You don't want to be totally abandoned because nobody's coming to save you. Europe is pauper. They are bankrupt. They have no any kind of financial solvency. And so that's why they stole Russian money, essentially, because they are robbers, basically. Theft is the only thing they are good at. And so many of them saw it, and many of them have been buying this BS, which was concocted by those morons from London who were basically creating narratives. And of course, their American counterparts who have been also primarily narratives, because as I already stated, they don't know how to run the country. They don't know how to fight war. They know nothing, essentially, except for the terrorism and all kinds of sabotage and killing civilians. That's what they're good at.
Andrei, the president of Iran today or yesterday said that they couldn't do it by waging war on Iran. That's why they're trying to do it by protests here in Iran. Actually, I personally am in Iran, as I've mentioned to you before coming up to this live. I haven't seen any protests, but it seems that in some areas there were some protests because I saw the videos, the footages, but it's nothing of importance after all. Yeah. And you see the coverage in the mainstream media in the West is as somehow the regime is changing, everything is. And we've seen that Netanyahu, in his meeting with Donald Trump said if Netanyahu wants to attack Iran, they can go after Iranian, not just nuclear program. They're concerned about Iran's ballistic missile program. How in the world they could assume that a country, can give up on their missile program, which was the main reason that they could somehow teach a lesson to the government in Israel during the war. The missile program is the most strategic, part of the military of Iran, the defense, system of Iran. How can they imagine what is the logic in their mind, Andrei, when they go that far?
Well, let me be very specific. Both United States and Israel are in the circle jerk mode. It's a Dutch rudder. One masturbates another and back and forth. These people are not serious. IDF is not serious military organization. And they really need the United States to do the dirty job. I mean, Israel in itself, it's nothing what it was portrayed with. And even if to pretend that somehow Israel puts its army, somehow it reaches Iran, deploys, it will be wiped out, essentially. But the point is, that's why For example, they classified all those videos from Israel about the actual damage which was done. And that is why Israel begged United States and begged actually Russia to interfere and somehow settle this thing. So, but yes, you have the fanatics, you have criminals, all of them. And yeah, you have religious fanatics there in Israel and all kinds of people who are nut jobs downright. And they have obviously most Zionist president in the history of the United States in the form of Mr. Trump. So they still try to carry out those things, you know. So what they do not understand, because as I already stated, they are not serious military people, really. And is that they are good at fighting people who have Katyusha rockets made out of the, water pipes and things of this nature. Once they encounter things like, serious weaponry, doesn't work out that well. Yeah, look at Hamas. Hamas is still around, is doing okay. That's what they are good at, sabotage, killing people, things like that. In terms of air defense, especially, and anti-missile defense, well, as far as I know, Iran actually expanded this missile program, and next time there will be much more, flying there. So they need United States somehow to kill the regime change in Tehran. What can I say? I mean, they wanted the regime change in Russia for the last centuries. So see how it worked out? We all know how it worked out. And so, there we are. We are not on the precipice. We are not on the verge. We are inside the New World Order, where limitations of the United States have been demonstrated emphatically for the rest of the world, especially after the brilliant victory over Houthis. I'm being facetious, of course. And now you see what happens in Ukraine. It is a complete demolition of the front. And again, NATO have been defeated militarily, and Europe is over for them. So, and the 500-year quest, well, more than 500 years, quest of the Europe, especially Western Europe, of Russia is over, because this time they can be finished for good. It will just cease to exist as the civilization as such. And so, as the result, this creates all those political, cultural, ideological pressures, which we see with all those things, especially considering the fact that the United States is run from Tel Aviv in terms of the foreign policy and in terms of the policy towards Middle East. And yeah, you have those evangelical Christian Zionists, which infest all kinds of the power echelons of the United States. I don't know how many of those fanatics in CIA, for example, or in Pentagon, certainly many, who believe in this rapture and the dispensationalist people who are not really in their own mind. And so they probably attend all those mega churches, and praise the Lord, throw themselves at the altars or something like that. So, and when you are fanatic and you believe this idea, what do you expect? So you have to tread, cautiously with those people, because they are nut jobs, basically. And you have the policy which is defined by nut jobs. And as a result, we have all those negotiations of the declining naked emperor trying to preserve its empire, while in reality, preserve with what? Okay? And that's the issue.
And in Taiwan, the same, Andrei. In Taiwan, they're sending more weapons to Taiwan. I don't know what to expect from Taiwan, because Taiwan is a little island. It's not even Ukraine be connected to, to the Europe and.
Yeah. It's, well, they think that their weapons are good. They are not. And they even demonstrated what they are. But again, United States doesn't know what war is. Not a single, CIA or Pentagon, U.S. Army or officer ever fought in defense of their motherland. They have no concept of it. They have no psychology for it. They don't have cultural code for this. And, they don't have any kind of real serious war specialists anymore. That's what we can see now, clearly.
Thank you so much, Andrei, for being with us today. Great pleasure, as always, and Happy New Year to you and your family.
The same to you and your family and to everybody else. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Adil Raja. I am a journalist based in the UK. I am a Pakistani political dissident as well. I'm a member of the National Union of Journalists. I'm a former Pakistan Army officer from one of the fighting arms. I've served the Pakistan Army for 21 years as a major. And now I am being considered a whistleblower by the Pakistan Army because I fight for democracy. I speak against the influence of Pakistani military establishment in the Pakistani politics. And that is why I have been persecuted by the Pakistani regime, by the Pakistani authoritarian government. Even here in the UK, for the last 3 years, I've been speaking up for the human rights of the poor people of Pakistan, South Asia, overall around the world. And I've been speaking up for democracy, and I've been speaking up in support of Imran Khan, who I believe has been illegally incarcerated. And because of this advocacy, I have been court-martialed in absentia, awarded 14 years rigorous imprisonment by the Pakistani authoritarian state, irrespective of being a third-generation Pakistan Army officer who is a war-wounded officer, who have served various war zones, who have fought alongside the British Army, the International Security Assistance Force as well. That really didn't stop them to register a terrorism case against me here in the UK, for which I was arrested and I was interrogated by the counterterrorism police for almost 9 months, and it ended with no further action. Then I faced a strategic lawsuit against public participation. Well, it didn't end there. I was attacked here in the UK. I currently live as a police protected address, and most recently my home was attacked. And then again, day before yesterday, I have been declared a terrorist for speaking up for democracy in my country, and placed in Schedule 4 of the Pakistani government, the Pakistani federal cabinet. Well, they declared me a proscribed person. And just before that, the Pakistani Home Minister met the British High Commissioner in Pakistan, in Islamabad, Jane Marriott, and he traveled to London and he asked for my extradition alongside an extradition of a former Imran Khan minister and a fellow dissident, Shahzad Akbar. And you won't believe it, but they also offered that they are willing to take the Pakistani origin grooming gang members if we are handed back to Pakistan, because we speak truth to power and we are paying the cost. And I hand you over to Tony Gosling.
Okay, well, thanks, Adil. And you know what? It's almost like you can imagine little children looking at this or watching and saying, is this real or is it a film? Is it a fiction? Because we're living in that sort of crazy fictional world where somebody who is trying to stop a genocide can be labeled a terrorist, arrested as a terrorist, taken away in a Black Maria in the central London, even though they're 70, 80 years old. And all they're saying is that we don't want genocide, and that we support direct action against genocide. So this is a surreal world we're in right now. And what we're going to do is try and pick some of that apart, Adil. And we'll come on to some of the problems that you've been having the last few months, particularly with the slap in a minute. But first of all, can you just give us a bit of an update on what's been going on in Pakistan? Because this business of Imran Khan, still many people, of course, know him from the world of sport and cricket. They know he's a very popular, very successful, and actually very articulate and an intelligent man who managed to capture the hearts of the Pakistanis to such an extent that they wanted him to be their leader. Seems to me that the plans are elsewhere from outside the country as well, trying to do something to stop the Pakistani people actually having someone leading them who they want and they support in that job.
Yeah, well, Tony, the problem with Imran Khan is that at the moment he's still incarcerated, and he's been awarded almost a century of prison by the kangaroo courts of Pakistan, because the courts are no more free in the country. The Islamabad High Court judges themselves wrote to the Supreme Court and they said that, listen, the Pakistani intelligence agency ISI has put cameras in our bedrooms, and if we speak up, our relatives are abducted and they are tortured to an extent that one judge complained of the Islamabad High Court that my brother-in-law got arrested and his private parts were electrocuted by the Pakistani intelligence agency. The ISI was named directly by the Islamabad High Court judges. So the judiciary is not independent because of various constitutional reforms. The Pakistani military and the Pakistani army chief, Asim Munir, have almost taken complete control of the country, and the government, current government, which was empowered, or which is a puppet government, of course, but it was put into power after a rigged election, which was acknowledged by a leaked report now by the Commonwealth Election Observation Mission, and the European Union Election Observation Mission refuses to release the report because they believe that it's going to impact the diplomatic relation with Pakistan, since Pakistan is supplying ammunition. The Pakistani military, which actually rigged the election allegedly, is supplying ammunition to the Ukraine war. So they are worried about that, obviously. So the political considerations of the European Union and the UK to some extent are overshadowing the democracy in Pakistan. So now coming over to Imran Khan, the problem with Imran Khan is that Imran Khan, once he came to power of a struggle of 27 years, he was loved by the people, but he also believed that he has to make an arrangement with the Pakistani military in order to come to power at least once for the first time. So he made that arrangement with the military. So some would say that it was a deal with the devil, but Pakistani history, ever since it got free from the British colonial rule, tells you of this one fact that you have to, the military has been ruling the country all along, starting from its inception. But the brief periods of civilian rule have been with the blessings of the military. And the civilian leadership has always, either they've hanged like Bhutto, or they've been assassinated by like Benazir Bhutto, or if they're from Punjab, fine, they are given a way out, like Nawaz Sharif was given a way out, and he came and lived here in the UK and went back and got hold of power as a result of an election rigging. I'm not saying alleged election rigging, as a result of the election rigging. But by that time, the problem with Imran Khan is that Imran Khan, he positioned himself as leader of the Muslim world. And a lot of Muslim world's monarchies, especially the Arab monarchies, they are scared of political Islam. In particular, the United Arab Emirates, a lot of people love to travel to Dubai and they want to live there, but they know the human rights conditions over there. They can't say nothing over there. You can't even make vlogs without the permission of the government in the UAE. So UAE is traditionally opposed to the political Islam, and in the region, if you see, UAE is aligned after the Abraham Accords with Israel as well. So political Islam is seen as a threat. That is why UAE actively opposed the Egyptian Morsi regime, and they empowered General Sisi. Likewise, they empowered Field Marshal Haftar in Libya. They are, empowering various factions. And right now, the latest in the series of this, anti-political Islam stint, because the UAE obviously considered the political Islam to be a threat for their monarchies. Small country has got this monarchy. They don't have strategic depth like Saudi Arabia has got it. So the problem with them is that they are against political Islam. So Imran Khan ruffled a lot of feathers, not only in the Muslim world, but also in the West, once he gave the famous United Nations speech in which he said that we are going to, if you're going to, in which he tried to position, in fact, he successfully positioned himself as leader of the Muslim world. So that really scared a lot of people, because Imran Khan comes from a modern background. He was a playboy turned spiritual leader turned popular, the most popular leader of Pakistan, without any doubt, a country of 250 million. So that scared a lot of people, whereas Imran Khan did not have any kind of intention as such. But the Pakistani military saw an opening over there, because at that time, the Imran Khan's opposition, namely the Nawaz Sharif's party, his younger brother Shahbaz Sharif is the prime minister now, and his daughter is the chief minister of Punjab, and Mr. Zardari, who's the president. They were looking, to find a way to topple Imran Khan government and come to power. So, but the way was given by the Pakistani army chief, the previous army chief, General Bajwa, who presented Imran Khan as a threat to the US and to the West and to the Arab world as well. How Was he able to do that? Well, the Pakistani security establishment told Imran Khan to visit Moscow on the eve of Imran Khan didn't know, nobody knew, but obviously Pakistan security establishment did know, because they've got officers sitting in US CENTCOM, the permanent posting of Pakistani army officer in US CENTCOM. So they knew what's going on in Ukraine and in Russia. But even then, they asked Imran Khan to visit Moscow, visit Putin on a state visit. And while Imran Khan was there in Moscow, Putin attacked Ukraine. And Imran Khan, the way he is, the military knew that he's not going to cut his visit short, and he's not going to support Ukraine invasion, of course, but he will complete his visit. So Imran Khan did complete his visit and came back, and that was sold to Washington D.C. as a symbol of defiance. So the American government, the Biden administration, Assistant Secretary of State Donald Liu met the Pakistani ambassador in Washington and told him that you need to get rid of Imran Khan. And the Asad Majid was the name of the ambassador. He wrote it in the cipher that this is what the Americans, Assistant Secretary of State, meaning the American government, want, that they want us to remove Imran Khan. Otherwise, they are saying that you're either with us or against us, like they've said after 9/11. So that became a reason for orchestrating a regime change against Imran Khan through these political actors who were propagated as thieves by the Pakistani military itself. And they
you just explained to me what my Pakistani friends say. Yes, it was the Americans, and you've just explained in detail. What do you think would happen if Donald Trump had been in charge? Would it be any different, Adil? Would there have been a different outcome?
You see, the Pakistani people, Tony, always believed that Donald Trump would be a different man, because he initially had a friction with Imran Khan, but they had good terms. Donald Trump, invited Imran Khan and his wife, Miliana. She also met Imran Khan, and Imran Khan is in good books of the U.S. So, but if your question is if Donald Trump was the president, well, Donald Trump, as now we know that he means business. So if Imran Khan would have been beneficial for the U.S., for the Trump administration, he would have supported him. Definitely, he would have asked him directly. Imran Khan had a direct relationship with Trump, so he would not have listened to the Pakistani army chief. Biden, in fact, he did not have a direct relation with Imran Khan. He was being fed this nonsense by his advisors. So he did not ask Imran Khan directly what did he think. So I believe if President Trump was there, he would have asked Imran Khan directly that what's going on, why are you in Moscow? So he would have been able to explain him the reason. So things might have been different, definitely.
Yeah, well, I think you may be right. Sorry, the thing is that with the current situation, you can imagine that Trump has got bigger fish to fry right now, trying to get Ukraine sorted out, having get the Gaza ceasefire. He's trying to start an attempt to grab 20% of the world's oil reserves in Venezuela. He's got that on his plate as well. So maybe this has fallen down the hierarchy. But of course, one thing the US military will be leaning on the Americans still at CENTCOM, for example, is, and I'm not sure, where is CENTCOM?
Well, the CENTCOM is it's headquartered in Bahrain. It's got different.
In Bahrain.
Okay. Yeah, its main headquarters in Tampa, Florida.
Right. And, because this is an important
headquarters in Bahrain. Yeah.
Yeah, this is an important office. This is basically the Pentagon's office for dominating this part of the world. That's what they want to do, and that's why they're sitting down there with these army officers. But they will be, if Trump so much as says, "Why can't we get Imran Khan out of prison?" They will be saying, well, yeah, but this is the Muslim bomb. This is one of the things that is a big, massive, actually, influence in the world, is the fact that Pakistan does have nuclear weapons. And obviously they're trying to stop the Iranians getting nuclear weapons. So the nuclear card, I wonder if you think that's been an important part to play in all of this. The Americans mainly trying to make sure that you don't get an independent president in Pakistan all the time that Pakistan has got the Muslim bomb.
Yeah, Tony, well, I've been meeting various diplomats in London as well, and higher-ranking diplomats, and I cannot name them because they don't want me to. That's how diplomats are. But what I gather from discussions with them, especially Western diplomats, high-ranking diplomats, is that they believe that Pakistan is involved in nuclear blackmail. So their only angle to look at Pakistan is from this nuclear angle, from nuclear blackmail angle, or the way the Pakistani nuclear capability has been marketed across the world as the Islamic bomb. So obviously they're worried about it. But let me tell you, the Pakistani military has always fashioned itself as a very liberal force. But that's not true. Pakistani fighting strategy is based on the political Islam. Yes, the officers, the generals, well, they're very modern. They're like the present army chief. He will give you verses of Quran in the daytime. In the evening, he's reportedly very fond of drinking whiskey. Right next to his house is the only, Pakistani export-oriented brewery. Now he's allowed license of export to the Murray Brewery, the biggest brewery there is, and it was established before partition more than 100 years ago. And that's an Islamic country, mind you. So there is a huge hypocritical attitude within the Pakistani military itself. But the Pakistani military has successfully marketed itself as this great liberal force, which is not true, mind you, because I've served in the Pakistani military 21 years. Yes, they have been looking after national interests, but personal interests have always superseded. Personal interests of those on the top have always superseded the national interests of Pakistan. Tony, if the British Army chief, for example, he can just walk into a restaurant and sit there and eat with you, and British general or the chief general staff or high-ranking generals, well, they roam around and they just, you can't really tell that, well, he is the high-ranking lieutenant general or he's a major general. In Pakistan, if they roam around with the kind of protocol which you can't even imagine, the Keir Starmer to be having, So they're the one who are ruling the country, and
Well, you mean really high security, yeah?
Well, Tony, it's a high protocol, I would say. It is about protocol. We used to be mocked by outsiders that other countries have got armies, and the Pakistan army has got a country to itself, which I now believe is true, actually, So that is how it is, because they're running all the businesses in the country. The latest purchase of the Pakistani National Airline has been purchased by a businessman, but the major shareholder is the Pakistani military through its companies, through its military incorporated companies. Only businesses which are being successfully run in Pakistan right now on a monopoly and with tax breaks are the Pakistani military businesses. So they've got a regime in which a Pakistani military general becomes a multi-millionaire because of the benefit structure they've got, and to maintain that benefit structure, which is a mercenary setup, mind you. To maintain that structure, they need to have complete control over the country. So that is actually what is going on. And,
well, this is what the British and the Americans, the British and the Americans seem to want to do this around the world as this kind of post-colonial con. Really, and the same exact thing has been going on in Egypt, where the Egyptian military, the senior officers in the Egyptian military own half the country. But this is a tactic, it seems to me, to manage the political system through a strong military who are rewarded with massive land estates, enormous amounts of money, big business empires, in order to run the country really from behind the scenes with a kind of pantomime going on for the public. I wonder, would you say that the Pakistan politics now is analogous to a pantomime?
Obviously, it is. It's a circus, I would say. And if you're blaming the Western countries, the UK and the USA, I think we need to look inward first. Who doesn't like a one-window operation? When these military dictators in Egypt, in Libya, in Pakistan, it's a one-window operation for the West. They need to get a job done. They don't have to go to the various government departments. They don't have to go to the parliaments to get the laws passed. They just ask this one guy. They just, buy him out, or look the other way once he's conducting gross human rights violations, or give him the house guard if he comes to London. All right, give him a meeting with the king, and there you go. He's going to do your job. That's all what he needs. Yeah. So who can blame him? So it's a circus.
Well, this is still colonialism, isn't it? This is still a colonial system.
It's a neo-colonialism, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so can you tell us what's been happening with you? Because I know that the ISI were after you. How did that case go?
Yeah, well, you're talking about the strategic lawsuit against public participation. Well, Tony, the thing is the UK is the libel tourism capital of the world, all right? Yes. And the laws have been written by the lords, not by the peasants, all right? So I'm not going to say much more about it because I've gone into appeal, and I want to believe in the British justice system. And with that belief, I just want to believe, all right, that there is a rule of law in the United Kingdom. And it is not only these reputation lawyers of London are not making millions and millions of pounds and they have been making millions and millions of pounds because of this business of libel tourism. You know, anybody from anywhere can come and they can say that, well, this guy has said this. All right, fine, we've said that. And in 2013, there have been changes in the rules of libel tourism by the parliament in which the claimants have to come forward, the plaintiff have to come forward, and they have to give proof of serious harm. But the implementation of the laws are so slow that journalism is not journalism anymore, Tony. You were telling me today before our interview that you were reading the Daily Mail and you thought that this entire paper is so soulless. Why is it soulless? Because everybody is worried about, you know, a libel suit of millions of pounds, which you cannot fight, all right? So definitely, you know, it's if you got a couple of millions of pounds, and states have got that, oligarchs have got that, and spy chiefs coming to UK and you know suing a journalist, a former Pakistan Army officer, a dissident, and getting a church for themselves that listen, and then they go back to the countries and they say, listen, look at this, a court in London, the High Court of London, have cleared us, given us a clean chit. I mean, this is a mockery of justice, and this is, I would say that this is really, really disheartening, to say the least.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of this going on. The SLAP, for anyone that doesn't know, stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. And you're not the only case that this has been going on at all in the UK. But anyway, if you don't want to say much more about that, that's fine. But what about the most recent developments over the last few days?
Yeah, Tony, on Christmas Eve, somebody broke into my house, but we would have, rubbed it off as a burglary because a lot of
so were you there?
Happened on Christmas. No, I wasn't there. I wasn't at home. My family wasn't at home. We are traveling. We are not in England. So as you know, but my protection, because since I've been threatened again and again, and the police now believes that I've got a serious threat from state level actors. So they're protecting me. It's very kind of them. And I believe in the British law and order system because they are protecting me at my own expense. But they're spending a lot of resources on my protection. And successfully, they've been protecting me. So I must commend their efforts. And I'm thankful. I'm grateful for that. But I was told by the police on the 26th of December, the police rang me up. The police responsible for my protection, the specialist police officer, rang me up and said there have been, a call from neighbors that there have been a break-in. So we are sending the uniform police guys and we'll go over there. So eventually found out that there was a break-in and they left. They didn't take anything. They didn't take anything, but they left a kind of a message that, yeah, we can break in. It happened a day after the fellow dissident barrister Shahzad Akbar who was attacked at his house in Royston last year, and who was a witness in my case, in my strategic lawsuit against public participation, witness of defense. Acid was thrown at his face at his doorstep in Royston near Cambridge, and now he's shifted to Cambridge, and somebody walks into his house. I was supposed to do a podcast with him, so I asked him that, where are you? And he said, I'm in hospital. So I found out that just an hour before we were supposed to do the podcast, almost around 8 in the morning, somebody rang up the doorbell and he opened the door, and somebody wearing mask, coverall and wearing gloves violently attacked him, broke his nose and left him bloodied. His 2 young daughters, his wife, they were, scared. Definitely they were scared. And, that's what happened. And he was a high value target. And he was the only other person beside me who was named to be extradited in exchange for the Pakistani origin British grooming
Well,
gang
I think
members.
people can draw their own conclusions. But anyway, could you, I mean, maybe, if you had been at home, something similar could have happened to you. Tell us a bit more about this guy. Who is he? Remind us of his name and tell us a bit more about him.
Yeah, he was Imran Khan's accountability minister. His name is Shahzad Akbar. He's a human rights lawyer, and he's currently residing in the UK ever since 2022. And he lives in Cambridge, and he's still quite active once it comes to the Imran Khan's party. He's got his own YouTube channel. You can look him up at Barrister Shahzad Akbar, and you'll find everything about him. But
sorry, could you just spell that?
Yeah, it's Barrister. You know Barrister, right? So Shahzad is SHAHZAD. So it's Sierra Hotel Alpha Hotel Zulu Alpha Delta is the first name, and his surname is Akbar Alpha Kilo Bravo Akbar Alpha Romeo. All right, so that's his Shahzad Akbar. But Tony, the funniest thing, the very next day, yesterday, I've been declared, the Pakistani Federal Cabinet approved my name to be added into a watch list of terrorists, and they've put me in. They have declared me as a terrorist for peddling out anti-state narrative. Just imagine.
Well, listen, we journalists in Britain do anti-state narrative all the time. It's our bread and butter. And so maybe all journalists in Britain are terrorists as well. But anyway, it sounds to me as if, your authorities at the ISI and the military government in Pakistan are losing it. So this happened at the same time as this attack. So what does that mean for you to be branded a terrorist in Pakistan?
Well, it means whatsoever I'm doing is really, bothering them and really being taken as quite seriously. What the stories I'm doing are making a difference, most definitely. Otherwise, the Pakistani Home Minister would not be coming to London to ask for my extradition and declaring a battle against me and declaring me a terrorist. Imran Khan himself has been declared a terrorist. The human rights activist Marang Baloch has been named a terrorist. Anybody who speaks up for human rights in Pakistan is declared a terrorist as per the Schedule 4. And it's not a criminal conviction, mind you, Tony. It's just a list which the government of Pakistan is maintaining, sort of a kill list, so which gives them the authority, the license to kill, in fact. But I'm not in Pakistan even. But they're still, their first station is quite evident, actually. Yeah.
What about your family over in Pakistan? How are they?
Tony, my mom has been, she was abducted on her way to the airport in 2023. And afterwards, she has been practically kept hostage in Pakistan. She's not allowed to leave the country. And, all my calls to her and from her are being monitored. And, that is something which is the lowest of the low. Even don't do this. They don't go after your mothers. So I would not even expect it from my worst enemy, but my dilemma is, Tony, that I'm facing I'm facing enemies which are not noble at all.
No, they're not. They're cowards. If someone who's going for your mother, Adil, is a coward because they're afraid of you, and it's terrible to get to somebody's family in that way. Anyway, can you just let the listeners know and the viewers know what's the best way to keep tabs on what's going on with your story here, and particularly with the attempts by the Pakistani military to give you a hard time here in Britain, which is, of course, for many people around the world, asylum seekers or all sorts do see Britain and London in many ways correctly as some kind of safe haven, a place to come where they're causing embarrassment. Actually, this is what often has happened in Yeltsin's Russia. It happened in the early stages of Putin's Russia as well. People who are causing embarrassment to the regime tend to congregate in London. So how's the best way to follow your story?
Yeah, so Tony, my Twitter profile, formerly Twitter, now X profile is @SoldierSpeaks. No spaces, @SoldierSpeaks. That's at Soldier Speaks, no spaces. And you can find me on Facebook with Major Adil Raja. You can find me on YouTube. I was banned on YouTube because of Pakistani government as well. I've been back. It's been 2 months and I've already got 200K plus followers. A lot is happening there. So at Soldier Speaks Reloaded in Urdu and Hindi, and at Soldier Speaks English on YouTube. But you can find me on my website. All these links are available on my website. It's called soldierspeaks.org. Soldierspeaks.org. Yeah.
Well, look, can we just finish? Because it's very alarming to have your home broken into. And I just wondered if they haven't actually stolen or taken anything. Was there actually nothing disturbed? What was the situation that the police told you about at your home?
Yeah, so Tony, nothing was taken. Nothing at all was taken. That's the funniest part. But a lot of stuff have been moved around. A bit of a house was ransacked, and some personal letters which were in the drawer were brought up, put up on the kitchen's worktops, so that they wanted to let maybe give a message that we know you're here, we know you live here. But Tony, I've got military grade journalistic security is one thing, but being a former Pakistan Army, being a military officer, a fighting arm officer, and having direct help from the specialist police, my security protocols are very well laid down. I cannot give you any further details, but they made a mistake. They made a big mistake breaking into my house, because as soon as they broke in, the police did move and they did not have much time to do anything. But from the looks of it, from what the police have told me, since I've not been there and I'm away, I'm not in England. So as I told you, what I've been told and what we've been seeing on video is that, well, they have moved stuff around and they just wanted to send a message that we can get to you. Well, my message back to them is, bring it on. Bring it on. Yeah.
Okay, Adil Raja, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Tony. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
The Assembly will hear an address by the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, His Excellency Imran Khan. May I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and I invite him to address the General Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Mr. President, Honorable Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I feel honored today to represent my country at this forum of world leaders, where we have a chance to discuss problems that the world is facing. I want to talk about a lot of problems, but just 4 today. And I especially came to this forum despite a difficult time in my country, facing challenges. I would not have come, but because I feel that there are some very urgent problems which the world must address. So first of all, I start with climate change. So many leaders have talked about climate change. But Mr. President, I feel that there is a lack of seriousness. Perhaps world leaders some of the leaders who can do a lot, do not realize the urgency of the situation. We have a lot of ideas, but as someone said, ideas without funding is mere hallucination. Pakistan, I'll give you start with my own country. Our country is amongst the top 10 nations in the world which are most affected by climate change. We depend upon our rivers. We are mainly an agricultural country. And 80% of the water in our rivers comes from our glaciers. The glaciers not just on the Pakistani side, even India. The river, the 80% of the water in Ganges and the Indian rivers also comes from the glaciers, from the Himalayan glaciers, Karakoram, Hindu Kush. And these glaciers are melting at quite a rapid pace. We detected already 5,000 glacial lakes in our mountains. And if this keeps going, if nothing is done, we are scared that humans are facing a huge catastrophe. In my country, when my party came to power in the province of KP, we planted 1 billion trees in 5 years. Now we've set ourselves a target of 10 billion trees in Pakistan. Idea being to counter this, the effects of global warming. But one country cannot do anything. This has to be a combined effort of the world. My optimism comes from the fact that humans, the Almighty has endowed humans with great powers. We can do anything, provided our survival instinct is stirred up. And this is really what I hope that the United Nations will take a lead in this. There must be more emphasis. Richer countries must be pushed. Countries that are responsible for, mainly are responsible for greenhouse gas emissions. They must be pushed because our country contributes minuscule amount to greenhouse gases. So I feel that the United Nations must take leadership in this. My second issue for me right now is even more critical. Mr. President, every year, billions of dollars leave the poorer countries and go towards rich countries. Billions of dollars siphoned off by the ruling elites of the developing world. And they find their way into Western bank accounts, offshore accounts, tax havens, expensive properties hidden behind companies bought in Western capitals. Mr. President, this is devastating the developing world. This is causing more poverty, debts. It's impoverishing the developing world. The difference between rich and poor countries is growing because of this. Money laundering, which happens because money leaves the poorer countries into rich countries, is not treated the same as, for instance, money from drugs or terror financing. The seriousness which terror financing and money from drugs, the way it is treated, it's not the same. The way the poor countries are being plundered by their elites. It's not happening. In my country, when I took charge of our government a year back, in the 10 years preceding that, our total debt went up 4 times. The debt we had accumulated in 60 years, just in 10 years it went up 4 times. As a result, the total revenue we collected in 1 year, half of it went into debt servicing. How are we going to spend money on our human beings, 220 million people, when half the money is going into debt servicing? Because Our country was plundered by the elites, the ruling elite. And easily they could get the money out. And when Mr. President, we located properties in Western capitals bought by this money through corruption and money laundering, located the properties of these corrupt leaders, we find it so difficult to retrieve it. That money, if we retrieved that money, we could spend on our human beings. But they are such, it's so difficult. The laws protecting these criminals. We do not have the sort of money to have expensive lawyers and spend millions and millions of dollars. We need help from the rich countries. And Mr. President, it's critical. The rich countries must show political will. They cannot allow this to happen. How can the poor countries spend money on human development, which the United Nations asks, SDG? How are we going to do it when this money can easily leave our countries? So, unless the rich countries intend to build walls to stop economic refugees coming as we see right now, they must take action. They must take action now. It must be a deterrent. Corrupt ruling elites should not be able to take money out easily and park it into foreign bank accounts and into these properties abroad. And I never understand why. Why do we have these tax havens? Why is this allowed? Why shouldn't rich people pay taxes? Why is it legal to have these tax havens where you have these secret accounts? Because, you know, world is changing. The population of the world is growing. Sooner or later, you're going to have a crisis. If the poor get poorer and the rich get richer, there is going to be a crisis sooner or later. So this is my second point. I hope that the United Nations takes a lead in this. It involves the IMF, the World Bank, Asian Development Bank. They must find a way of stopping this plunder of the developing world. My third point is Islamophobia. There are 1.3 billion Muslims in this world. There are millions of Muslims living in other countries, European countries, in the US, as minorities. Islamophobia, since 9/11, has grown at a pace where it is alarming. Human communities live together. There should be understanding amongst them. But Islamophobia is creating a division. Muslim women wearing hijab, it's become an issue. It's become an issue in some countries. Hijab is some sort of a weapon. A woman can take off her clothes in countries, but she can't put on more clothes. How is this happening? Because of Islamophobia. And how did this Islamophobia start? After 9/11. And why did it start? Because certain Western leaders equated terrorism with Islam. Islamic terrorism. Radical Islam. What is radical Islam? There is only one Islam. And that is the Islam we follow of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. There is no other Islam. Radical Islam, Islamic terrorism, what message did they send to people in the West? And why is there Islamophobia? How is a person in New York, in the Midwest, in the US, in European capital, how is he going to distinguish between who is a moderate Muslim and who's a radical Muslim? Because terrorism has nothing to do with any religion. This Islamic terrorism, Islamic radicalism, and sadly used by leaders. This has been the main reason for this Islamophobia. And it has caused pain amongst Muslims. We in Muslim countries watch this Islamophobia traveling abroad, and it's getting worse. And may I just say, Mr. President, that in European countries, it is marginalizing Muslim communities. And we all know that marginalization leads to radicalization. Some of the people who ended up as militants in Syria and other places were from marginalized Muslim communities. And my point here is that we must address this issue. I'm sad to say that we Muslim leaders have not addressed this issue either. After 9/11, when this thing came about war against radical Islam, rather than Muslim leaders trying to explain to the West that there is no such thing as radical Islam, in all human communities, they are radicals. They're liberals and rest are moderate. All human communities, Christians, Jews, everyone has it. But Islam is not radical, neither Judaism, neither Christianity, neither Hinduism. No religion preaches radicalism. The basis of all religion is compassion and justice, which differentiates us from the animal kingdom. But unfortunately, the Muslim leadership was so scared of being called radical Islam that all of them became moderates. In Pakistan, we were in the eye of the storm, and our government coined a phrase called enlightened moderation. No one knows what it meant, but everyone started putting on Western suits that they were moderates, started speaking. Even those who didn't know English would speak English because they were moderates. No one had a clue what it was, because we in the Muslim world did not explain to the West that there is no such thing as radical Islam. One of the reasons why after 9/11 Islam was supposed to be equated with terrorism was suicide attacks. Because the 9/11 bombers did a suicide attack, all sorts of theories came up that the Muslims are involved in suicide attacks because they will get virgin in heavens. Some came up with, what about women, suicide attackers? So this bizarre thing happened. No one explained. Suicide attacks and Islam were equated. No one did research that before 9/11, the majority of suicide attacks in the world were by Tamil tigers, who were Hindus. No one blamed Hinduism, and quite rightly. What has Hinduism got to do with what desperate people were doing in Sri Lanka? We all know we've seen films about Japanese kamikaze pilots at the end of the Second World War doing suicide attacks. No one blamed the religion. But here we were trying to prove we were moderates and not explaining to the West. But the most important thing I wanted to say here today, in explaining this Islamophobia, Mr. President, and I feel it's very important because I played professional sport in England, I spent a lot of time there, so I know how the Western mind works and how West views religion. So where the misunderstanding about Islam came. And one of the reasons it caused Islamophobia. That was, in 1989, this book was published, maligning, insulting, ridiculing our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And there was a reaction in the Muslim world. The West couldn't understand what was the problem. Because in the West, because I have spent so much time in the West, religion is perceived completely differently. They don't look upon religion like we do. And so Islam was supposed to be an intolerant religion. It was against freedom of expression. And Islam took a real beating 30 years ago. I still remember it became a watershed. And every 2 or 3 years, someone would malign our Prophet, peace be upon him. There would be a reaction by the Muslims. And again, it was Islam, an intolerant religion. Again, this time, I blame a certain section of the people in the West who deliberately provoked this, knowing the impact it would have. But the majority of the people in the West didn't understand. This is where, again, Muslim leadership let the Muslims down. We should have explained to them what our Prophet, peace be upon him, means to us. So in 1 minute, I'll try and explain what he means to us. Our Prophet was the witness to the divine book, the Holy Quran. The Holy Quran is the book of guidance for Muslims, and the Prophet's life was living the Quran. He was an example of what the Quran guided us to be. So he is the ideal we all try to get to. The Prophet created the state of Medina, the first state in Islam. That state was the basis of a Muslim civilization which became the predominant civilization for the next 700 years. And what was that state? I hear such strange things about Islam, that it is against women, it's against minorities. The first state of Islam in Medina, it was the first time a welfare state was set up. The state took responsibility of the weak, widows, orphans, poor people, handicapped. It taxed the rich, spent the money on the poor. The state announced that all human beings are children of Adam, hence equal, whatever the color of their skin. The state announced, the Prophet announced that, and slavery, the whole system depended on slavery as it did for many years in the Western societies. The Prophet said that one of the greatest deeds is to free a slave. But because the society depended on slavery, he said, but if you have to treat them as an equal member of the family. And as a result, something happened in a Muslim world which hasn't happened in any other civilization. Slave dynasties appeared. Slaves became kings. The Mamluks, slaves who ruled Egypt. In India, there were slave dynasties. And then, with minorities, again, you hear that Islam is supposed to be against minorities. Let me just make this clear. In Islam, the Prophet announced that everyone was free to practice his religion. It was a sacred duty to protect the places of worship of all religions. He announced that every person is equal in front of law, whatever his religion or his color. And this incredible case, and I always quote this, that the fourth Khalifa, the head of state of Medina, he lost a court case against a Jewish citizen. So, number one, it showed there was a rule of law. No one was above law. And number two, that a Jewish citizen was an equal citizen. So, Mr. President, when a Muslim society is unjust to its minorities, it is going against the religion of Islam and our Prophet, peace be upon him. So, it is important to understand this. The Prophet lives in our hearts. When he's ridiculed, when he's insulted, it hurts. As we humans know, we human beings understand one thing: the pain of the heart is far, far, far more hurtful than physical pain. And that's why the Muslims react. And I always thought that if I ever had the stage, I would try and explain this to the world community, especially to the Western community, because having lived in the Western community, people didn't understand this. When I first went as a teenager to England, there was a comedy film on Jesus Christ. It's unthinkable in Muslim societies. So we need to explain that, look, in a human community, we must be sensitive to what causes pain to other human beings. We have, in the Western society, and quite rightly, the Holocaust is treated with sensitivity because it gives the Jewish community pain. That's all we ask. That do not use freedom of speech to cause us pain by insulting a holy prophet. That's all we want. And now, the number 4th point, Mr. President, and this is the most critical point, is the reason why I especially came here. It is about what is happening in Kashmir. Before I go on this, I want to make one thing clear, that when we came to power, my first priority was that Pakistan would be a country which will try its best to bring peace. We had been through this war on terror. We joined the United States war on terror after 2001. And Pakistan went through one of its worst periods where 70,000 Pakistanis died and over 150 billion was lost to our economy. And Mr. President, I opposed the war because in the 80s, Pakistan had joined the Western countries in what was the freedom struggle then in Afghanistan against the Soviets. And it was funded by the Western countries. These Mujahideen groups, which were treated in guerrilla warfare, were trained by Pakistan Army, funded by the Western countries, and especially US, and they waged what was a freedom struggle in Afghanistan. The Soviets called them terrorists. We called them freedom fighters. 1989, the Soviets retreated. The Americans packed up and left. Pakistan was left with these groups. Come 9/11, Pakistan joined the United States in this war on terror. And now our government was supposed to, the reason why I opposed joining this war, because here we had indoctrinated them in jihad, meaning freedom struggle against foreign occupation. Now, because we had joined the US and the US had occupied Afghanistan, now we were supposed to tell them that, no, this is not freedom struggle and jihad, it's terrorism. So that's why I tried to tell then government that, stay neutral because you will have leverage over them. You will be able to control them. But if you join them, you become collaborators and they will attack you, which is what happened. They turned against us. We went through a nightmare. 70,000 people killed in a war we had nothing to do with. No Pakistani was involved in 9/11. Taliban were in Afghanistan. Al-Qaeda was in Afghanistan. What had we to do with it? 70,000 Pakistanis died. So when we came to power, we decided that we would dismantle what was left of these groups. And this decision was taken not just by us, but by all the political parties in Pakistan. Unfortunately, they didn't implement it. So we came to power, we decided to implement it, and we dismantled whatever was left of the groups. And I know that India keeps accusing us that there are these groups there. I would like the United Nations to send observers, see for themselves what we've done. No Pakistani government would have dared to do this because it would have created strife. But we decided that there would be no militant organizations in Pakistan. So I need to give you this background and to what I'm going to say later on. And secondly, we started mending fences. I invited the Afghan president. We developed a relationship with Afghanistan. We had problems with Iran. We mended fences there. And then India. Now let me just give you a little background about my relationship with India. Because of cricket, and cricket being it's a passion in the subcontinent, I had great following in India. I have friends in India, and I loved going to India. So immediately, when my party came to power, the first thing we did was to immediately reach out to India. And I spoke to President Modi and I said, look, we have similar problems. Climate change, poverty. Let's get together. Let's resolve our differences through trade. Let's build a relationship on trust. Prime Minister Modi told me that, there were terrorist attacks from Pakistan. I said, we have problems with you. There are terrorist attacks which we know are instigated by India in Balochistan. We caught a spy, Kulbhushan Yadav, who admitted what the sabotage going on in Karachi and Balochistan. So we said, look, let's leave that behind. Let's move forward. Our main priority should be our people. The highest number of poor people live in the Indian subcontinent. Unfortunately, didn't make any headways. Our foreign ministers were supposed to meet on this in the UNGA last year. India cancelled it. We thought that it's their election coming up. It's a nationalist, ultra-nationalist party. It doesn't want to cozy up to Pakistan. So we thought, okay, we'll wait till the elections. Meanwhile, a 20-year-old Kashmiri boy, whose father said was radicalized by the security forces in Kashmir, blew himself up on an Indian convoy. Immediately, India blamed us. I spoke to the Indian public on television. I said, if you give us any iota of proof, we will immediately take action, because we've clamped down on these groups. Rather than sending us any proofs, they sent their jets in, they bombed us. We retaliated. A jet, 2 of their planes were shot down, 1 pilot bailed out in Pakistan. We immediately returned the pilot, saying that, look, we do not want any escalation. Rather than taking that as a peace gesture, the entire campaign, almost the entire campaign of Mr. Modi in the election was how he had taught Pakistan a lesson that jets had killed 350 terrorists. Complete lie. They had just killed about 10 trees of ours, which was quite painful given that, we are growing all these trees. He then the election campaign, Mr. Modi used words like, this is just a trailer. The movie is about to start. I went into Pakistan and taught them a lesson. This was the election campaign. Okay, so we thought, us politicians make all these statements to win elections. So, okay, after elections, we'll get back to our normal relationship. Well, the moment the elections ended, we approached India. No response. But then we discovered they were trying to push us in the FATF blacklist to bankrupt us. That's when we realized there was an agenda. And that agenda became obvious on the 5th August when India went against 11 United Nations Security Council resolutions which say that Kashmir is a disputed territory and the people of Kashmir have the right of self-determination. They went against that. They went against Simla Accord, which is about bilateral, sorting out our differences through bilateral means, went against that. They actually went against the Indian Constitution. Illegally, they revoked Article 370, which gave Kashmir the special status. They got an extra 180,000 troops there. Total number of security forces in Kashmir now are 900,000. And they put 8 million people of Kashmir under curfew. Mr. President, now I just briefly want to make the people understand, how can anyone do something like this? And for that, I have to explain to you what is RSS. RSS, Mr. Narendra Modi is a life member of RSS. RSS was an organization that was inspired by Adolf Hitler and Mussolini, came about in 1925. They believed in racial purity, racial superiority. They also believed they were an Aryan race like the Nazi believed they were an Aryan race. All that I'm saying can be verified. This is the time of information revolution. You can Google all this, what I'm saying. But it is very important for me to explain this to you so you know what is happening in India. This RSS believed in the ethnic cleansing of Muslims from India. At one point, there was racial superiority of the Hindu race. Secondly, it was hatred for the Muslims and for the Christians, because they believed that this golden age of Hindu civilization was stopped because of Muslim rule centuries back and then the British rule of India. So it was racial superiority and hatred for Muslims and Christians. This is openly stated. You look at the founding fathers of RSS, Golwalkar and Savarkar. Just Google them and you'll find out. And this ideology of hate is what murdered the great Mahatma Gandhi in 1948. It was this ideology of hate that made Narendra Modi in 2002 do a pogrom against Muslims in Gujarat when he was the chief minister. He allowed 3 days for these RSS goons who were inspired by the Hitler brown shirts. They actually wear brown shirts. This RSS, the Congress Home Minister gave a statement that in RSS camps, terrorists are being trained. And these terrorists butchered 2,000 Muslims and 150,000 Muslims were made homeless. Narendra Modi could not travel to the US because of that. And I need to make you understand this background before I explain to you that what sort of a mindset would lay siege to 8 million people with 900,000 troops. Women, children, sick people, locked in as animals. In fact, of what I know of England, if 8 million animals were locked in, the RSPCA would have made a lot of noise about it. These are human beings. And Mr. President, what comes with racial superiority, these illusions of Aryan superior race, is arrogance. The two go together. And it's arrogance that makes people make mistakes and do stupid things. Cruel things like what Narendra Modi has done. It's sheer arrogance. And it's arrogance that has blinded him from the fact that what is going to happen when the curfew is lifted. Has he thought about it? This hasn't been thought through. What is he going to do when he lifts the curfew? Does he think that people of Kashmir will quietly accept the status quo because India has changed the constitution and taken away the special status? They'll accept that? Mr. President, 100,000 Kashmiris have died in the past 30 years because they were denied the right given by the United Nations, the right for self-determination. 100,000 have died and 11,000 women have been raped. There are two human rights, United Nations human rights reports on this. The world hasn't done anything because India is a huge market, 1.2 billion people. Sadly, the material prevails over the human. But this has serious consequences. Again, I repeat, that's why I'm here. Look, what is going to happen when the curfew is lifted will be a bloodbath. The people will come out. There are 900,000 troops there. They haven't come to, as Narendra Modi says, he's done this for prosperity of Kashmir. This is supposed to be for the development. These 900,000 troops, what are they going to do when they come out? There'll be a bloodbath. Has he thought it through what happens then? Mr. President, has anyone thought that what happens when there is a bloodbath? What do you think the impact will have on people of Kashmir? What do you think they will think? The way they have been boxed in their houses, treated like worse than animals, no rights. Thousands of all the political leadership has been arrested, taken out of Kashmir. Even those Kashmiri leaders who were pro-India have been taken out. 13,000 boys have been picked up and taken to God knows which destinations. So what do they think? What will the people of Kashmir do when they lift the curfew? They will be out in the streets. And what will these soldiers do? They will shoot them. They've already used pellet guns, blinded young boys. In the last 6 years, the 5 years, the oppression that has gone on in Kashmir. And so, Kashmiris will be further radicalized. Mr. President, there will be another Pulwama. And guess what? India will blame us. They're already blaming us. They're saying all this is happening because of Pakistan. One of their defense ministers said there are 500 terrorists lined up on the border to go in. Why would Pakistan send 500 terrorists when there are 900,000 troops? What impact are they going to make? What will they do? And don't we know that the moment there is some terrorist attack, all that will happen is there will be further cruelty and oppression of the people of Kashmir. We will just give the 900,000 troops to further crush the people of Kashmir. And then we'll give the Indian government an excuse that, look, Pakistan is a terrorist state, and this mantra that has gone on, Islamic terrorism. The moment you use this catchword, Islamic terrorism, the whole world turns away. No one talks about human rights. You can do whatever you want, which is what has happened in Kashmir, because they keep using this word, Islamic terrorism. And this is what they're doing right now. What do we benefit from further increasing the cruelty on the people of Kashmir? And why would we want this? But there is no other narrative left for India. As when they lift the curfew, whatever happens, Pakistan will be blamed, and there is always a danger of another Pulwama. They might come and bomb us again, and then another cycle might start. And what does Narendra Modi think? That 180 million Muslims of India are thinking right now. Aren't they watching these Kashmiris stuck inside for 55 days they've been stuck in? Aren't they watching? What do you think? Don't you think that the Muslims will be radicalized in India? And I'm talking about 180 million people. And when they get radicalized, there will be some incident in India somewhere down the line. Again, we will be blamed. And I'm warning you right now, again, we will be blamed. And, Mr. President, what about 1.3 billion Muslims who are watching this? And they know that it is only happening in Kashmir because they're Kashmiri Muslims. This is not happening to Kashmiri Hindus. They know that this is happening because of their religion. So what do you think they will be thinking? What do you think the Jewish community would think if there were, forget 8,000 Jews stuck like this? What do you think Europeans would think? What do we think? I mean, any human community, if their members are stuck like that, what do you think they will think? Are we a children of a lesser God? Is it not going to cause us pain? And then I'll tell you what will happen. People will, in the 1.3 billion Muslims, someone will pick up arms. I know we've been brought up with films, Western films. This good, decent guy doesn't get justice. He decides to pick up a gun and start seeking justice. There was a film made in New York, famous film called Death Wish. This guy gets mugged by his family, his wife gets killed or something. He can't get justice. He picks up a gun and he goes around shooting muggers. And the whole cinema cheers him on. So what do you think the Muslims are thinking right now? If there is a bloodbath, there will be Muslims becoming radicals, not because of Islam, but because of what they will see, that there's no justice when it comes to Muslims. There were Rohingya Muslims, Myanmar, who are, God knows, almost 1 million people out, ethnic cleansing. What was the response of the world community? So what do you think will be the response of 1.3 billion Muslims? I picture myself. I'm in Kashmir. I've been locked up for 55 days. I have heard about, and there are rapes, Indian Army going into homes, soldiers. Would I want to live this humiliation? Would I want to live like that? I would pick up a gun. You're forcing people. You are forcing people into radicalization. When people lose the will to live, what is there to live for? And this is what, if you can do this to human beings, you are actually radicalizing people. And so, Mr. President, I want to repeat here, this is one of the most critical times. There will be a reaction to this. Pakistan will be blamed. 2 nuclear-armed countries will come face to face like we came in February. And before we head in that direction, the United Nations has a responsibility. This is why the United Nations came into being in 1945. You were supposed to stop this happening. I feel we are back to 1939, Munich. Czechoslovakia has been taken, annexed. What is the world community going to do? Is it going to appease a market of 1.2 billion, or is it going to stand up for justice and humanity? If this goes wrong, you hope for the best, but be prepared for the worst. If a conventional war starts between the two countries, Mr. President, if a conventional war starts, and anything could happen, but supposing a country 7 times smaller than its neighbor is faced with the choice, either you surrender or you fight for your freedom till death, what will we do? I ask myself this question. And my belief is, La ilaha illallah, there is no God but one. And we will fight. And when a nuclear armed country fights to the end, it will have consequences far beyond the borders. It will have consequences for the world, which is why I repeat I'm here. Because I'm warning you, it's not a threat. It's a fair worry that where are we headed? And I've come here to tell the UN, you've got to, this is a test for the United Nations. You are the one who guaranteed the people of Kashmir the right of self-determination. They are suffering because of that. And this is the time. This is the time not to appease like in 1939 appeasement took place. This is the time to take action. And number one action must be that India must lift this inhuman curfew, which has lasted for 55 days. It must free all political prisoners, and especially those 13,000 boys that have been picked up. Parents don't know where they've disappeared. And then the world community must give the people of Kashmir the right of self-determination. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea General agradezco.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and I ask protocol to escort His Excellency.
I've written another article for New Eastern Outlook. It is titled, "A New Space Race Above Earth May Determine Who Prevails Upon It." And for a lot of people, they don't really pay attention to what's going on in space. There's a lot of things going on Earth that seem more immediately concerning. But I wrote this article to raise awareness of the fact that, yes, whoever is controlling space above Earth has an advantage on Earth. So I'm going to read the article as I always do. I will add additional information when necessary. I will show you the sources that I cited while writing this article. And I will begin. In early December 2025, earlier this month, private Chinese aerospace company Landspace test launched its Juki 3 rocket. There is a CNN article, a surprisingly fair and balanced CNN article. Chinese reusable booster explodes during first orbital test in failed bid to catch SpaceX. Well, they were never going to catch SpaceX in a single first try. But as the article explains, it was actually very close to succeeding, especially for a first flight test. The rocket is designed to place payloads into Earth orbit while recovering its first stage booster, much like SpaceX's Falcon 9 launch system, and now Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket. SpaceX has been doing this for years. They have mastered this. They have revolutionized orbital launch with their reusable Falcon 9 launch system. Blue Origin founded by Jeff Bezos. They have a rocket called New Glenn. It is much larger than the Falcon 9. Their first attempt, they could not nail the landing. It went up into orbit, but the first stage crashed. Second attempt, they successfully landed it. The Chinese launch was a partial success. The second stage successfully reached orbit, just like Blue Origin did on their first attempt, while the first stage struck the landing pad hundreds of miles downrange, destroying it. Now you have to think about that. If you have any experience, say firing a bow and arrow, a dart gun with a suction cup on it, or an actual real gun, even a tiny little millimeter off, you're going to completely miss the target. And the further away the target is, the further off you're going to miss. The fact that they were able to physically hit the landing pad hundreds of miles downrange tells you how close they got to recovering the first stage. Despite an obvious anomaly preventing its successful landing, industry analysts concluded the attempted landing came spectacularly close for a first attempt. It took Falcon 9 several attempts before successfully landing its first stage booster, and more recently, US-based aerospace company Blue Origin, 2 attempts to successfully land New Glenn's first stage. Blue Origin is only the second company to do so after US-based SpaceX, which for years now has routinely launched payloads into orbit with its Falcon 9 launch vehicle while recovering and reusing Falcon's first stage boosters. Let's talk about the reusable rocket revolution. SpaceX has refined this process of launching and recovering first stage boosters to the extent of launching, landing, recovering, and turning around boosters for their next launch within 30 days. And there are examples of them doing it much faster than that even, but around 30 days to turn around a first stage booster and reuse it for another launch. The rapid reusability of SpaceX's Falcon 9 has already revolutionized access to Earth orbit, drastically reducing costs while vastly expanding the number of launches possible per year. Blue Origin, should it successfully repeat New Glenn's recent success while scaling up production and its launch cadence, how often they can launch, would expand U.S. access to orbit even further. They now have a huge advantage over other countries capable of launching payloads into orbit, including Russia and China. I'll get into that. Rapid reusability allows for the deployment of vast constellations of satellites over vastly shorter periods of time. SpaceX's Starlink constellation, a low Earth orbit network of 8,000 plus communication satellites, improves global coverage and significantly reduces signal latency over older, less numerous existing satellite communication networks located in higher geostationary orbits. The higher your satellites are, the fewer of them you need, but the longer it takes a signal to reach and return to Earth. If you have a constellation in low Earth orbit, you need many, many more of them to achieve full, reliable coverage, but the latency will be much less. Such constellations lend significant advantages to the nations deploying them or have access to them. As demonstrated in Ukraine, networks like SpaceX's Starlink don't just improve civilian satellite communication, but also enhance military communication as well as providing links to long-range drones, especially naval drones. Line-of-sight radio signals cannot match. Ukraine, or I should say the CIA, through Ukraine, developed these naval drones. They have Starlink receivers on them, and you're able to control them for as long as your sea drone can travel. As far as it can travel, you can control it because you're using satellites to control it. You're not controlling it line of sight with a radio signal. SpaceX has provided a significant advantage to the U.S. commercially and militarily, an advantage the U.S. seeks to fully exploit and to do so far beyond Starlink. So they said this Starlink is a promising first start. We're going to expand on this, and we will try to do this as quickly as possible before anyone else catches up. For example, the U.S. National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, has enlisted SpaceX and its Starlink platform to develop what it calls Star Shield. Let's take a look at that. This is the official SpaceX website, and this is them talking about Star Shield. It's basically Starlink, but they have the platform. They allow the NRO to install all kinds of packages on it, and then they're able to deploy large numbers of these, just like they're able to deploy large numbers of Starlink satellites. Now, Starlink is deployed in the thousands. So far, it looks like the NRO is deploying these in the hundreds so far, but that could, who knows, that could change. Starshield, essentially a military version of Starlink, merging its communication capabilities together with target tracking, optical and signal surveillance, as well as early missile warning capabilities. So just imagine having a vast network of dedicated military satellites like Starlink, but with greater capabilities applied to the battlefield. Between being publicly announced in 2022 to present day, nearly 200 Starshield satellites have been placed into orbit, an achievement that would have been impossible without SpaceX and its fleet of reusable launch systems, and an achievement other nations like Russia and China cannot currently match. So let's talk about Russia and China playing catch up. And I know people don't like when I talk about disadvantages Russia and China have, but they do have them. You need to talk about them. And you need to keep track of them. You need to be realistic about what is possible and what isn't. While nations like Russia and China have their own constellations of civilian and military satellites, neither have constellations as large as the U.S., primarily because of limitations on how quickly launches can be conducted to place them into orbit. China surely could make thousands of satellites, but they don't have the launch capacity to put them in orbit as fast as the U.S. can. And right now, that gives the U.S. a huge advantage, and I'll explain why here in just a moment. Throughout 2025, for example, and this gives you an idea of the advantage the U.S. has, the U.S. conducted approximately 170 launches versus China's 78 launches and Russia's 15 launches. So Russia is lagging far, far behind. China, not even really a close second when you really think about it. The U.S. is sending more than twice as many payloads up into orbit, not payloads, launches up into orbit with all kinds of payloads on them. In previous years, China had actually overtaken the U.S. in annual launches. At one point, China was launching more rockets into space than the U.S. was at one point. However, with SpaceX's Falcon 9 launch system, this balance has been decisively tilted back in America's favor. This is where China's reusable rocket test launch, that's where this comes into play. Juki 3 test launches are expected to continue throughout 2026, with the company aiming to continue reaching orbit while finally successfully landing the first stage booster. You have to do both in order for it to be a full success. If you just get the second stage into orbit successfully, the launch is still considered a success, but the landing is a failure. And if you want reusability, you have to be able to reliably recover the first stage booster. From here, it will depend on how quickly and reliably land space can repeat this success, because you have to remember, you can't just land it, you have to refurbish it and launch it again and again and again for this whole process to make sense. As well as how fast it can expand both rocket production and supporting infrastructure to significantly expand its launch cadence, because SpaceX had to develop launch sites, ground support equipment, the whole manufacturing of the rockets themselves, all of that had to be expanded. All of that took time. It takes years to do that. You cannot just do it overnight. Just as SpaceX, a single aerospace company, has radically expanded U.S. access to orbit, land space could be positioned to do likewise for China. However, just as the U.S. now has Blue Origin pursuing its own reusable launch system, China has several other private companies and state-owned enterprises aiming to do likewise. And I should point out, there are other private companies in the U.S. pursuing reusable rockets. I'm just talking about these larger rockets that have successfully recovered their first stage so far. But you should, if you're following this, you should keep an eye out for the smaller U.S.-based aerospace companies pursuing reusability, because they will be testing their rockets. And then if it succeeds, they will expand production as well. And that will all play a part in this balance. Private company Space Pioneer and its Tianlong 3 rocket, and China's Shanghai Academy of Spaceflight Technology under the state-owned China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation, CASC, as it's sometimes called, with its Long March 12A, not just Long March 12, Long March 12A. You have to look for that A. That rocket, they are both preparing to launch and possibly attempt to recover the first stage booster either later this year or early 2026. And the CASC rocket, the Long March 12A, I'm almost certain they're going to try to recover the first stage this next launch. Space Pioneer and their Tianlong 3, they may just be testing, just launching it in general, and they may attempt to recover the first stage in later launches. Both rockets represent systems similar in size and with roughly similar potential capabilities as SpaceX's Falcon 9. So you would have 3 rockets in China. If they all somehow worked, you'd have 3 rockets similar to Falcon 9 with potential reusability, and all 3 of these companies, state-owned enterprises, would then expand production and then tilt the balance back in China's favor. That's what we're talking about here. Russia, on the other hand, had announced its Amur, or Soyuz 7 launch system, as a candidate for reusable launches, but has drastically delayed its development to prioritize the production and launch of existing rockets, including newer launch systems much closer to completion. So they have several rockets that they've been working on. Soyuz 7 is for way down the road. They have newer ones that are closer to completion, closer to test flight that they want to focus on, and they'll work with Soyuz 7 later down the road. So they continue with their launches of Soyuz crewed and uncrewed flights. These are the flights that send Russian cosmonauts, also sometimes U.S. astronauts, up to the International Space Station. Sometimes a Russian cosmonaut will travel on SpaceX's crewed Dragon spacecraft to the space station. They also have Proton launches. The planned initial launch of Soyuz 5, which is intended to eventually replace the Proton launch system, and continued launches of Russia's relatively new family of Angara rockets. They have been launching those recently in recent years. Thus, the likelihood of Russia developing its own reusable launch capability in the near future is very low. However, as a close partner with China, it will likely benefit from any success China achieves in the near future in a variety of ways. And that means maybe they can pay to have payloads sent up into orbit by China from time to time, or much more often than Russia itself could launch those payloads. The balance of power China will create by matching or exceeding U.S. launch cadence will be extended over Russia as well, because Russia and China are close allies. Let's talk about purpose-driven capabilities exploited by primacy-driven interests, because SpaceX is a very interesting company. It's an anomaly. I will talk about why it's an anomaly inside the U.S. Economic and political system. Let's just get into it. SpaceX and Blue Origin ostensibly claim their primary objective is to expand humanity beyond Earth. SpaceX has been focused on the colonization of Mars, while Blue Origin's founder Jeff Bezos has made proposals for massive orbital habitats similar to those proposed by physicist Gennard K. O'Neill in the 1970s in his 2019 For the Benefit of Earth talk. And when I talk about O'Neill cylinders, we're talking massive, almost worlds unto themselves up in orbit. This is something we're not anywhere really close to doing now, but this is what Jeff Bezos was talking about in this talk For the Benefit of Earth. And the link will be in the video description below. And I don't much care for Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk for that matter myself, but when someone has a good idea, if it's a good idea, even if you don't like the person expressing this good idea, it's still a good idea. And I think that his proposal is a good idea. Everything he said, or most of the things he said during that 2019 presentation, I thought were great ideas. And if people were actually focused on things like this, instead of primacy over the globe, over other people and other countries we have no business interfering in, the world would be a much better place, and even beyond Earth would be a much better place. Both companies are also participating in NASA's bid to return human beings to the moon. So Blue Origin and SpaceX are also involved in that. However, Whatever truth there is behind these purpose-driven objectives, both U.S.-based companies exist within a profit-driven system engaged in the pursuit of global primacy, increasingly using the capabilities these companies have developed not for the benefit of Earth, but to dominate it. Okay, so these people are talking about benefiting all of humanity with space travel, but the system they exist within want to use these capabilities to dominate the Earth, not for its benefit. Blue Origin developed rocket engines. The BE-4 have already been used on joint Lockheed-Boeing and joint Lockheed-Boeing launches happen under the United Launch Alliance, ULA. They have conducted missions for the US NRO. So SpaceX and Blue Origin are helping NRO create this network up in space. In addition to SpaceX's collaboration with the NRO in the creation of Starshield, it has for years regularly conducted launches for the US Space Force and before that the US Air Force. These capabilities that Blue Origin and SpaceX are helping create, in turn, have enabled continuous US global military encroachment and aggression, targeting both Russia and China's partners and allies, as well as threatening both nations themselves. So whether that was your intention or not, that is what your technology is being used to do. SpaceX is an anomaly amid the U.S. aerospace industry, an industry that has for decades been driven by the pursuit of profit over any other purpose, including innovation. Before SpaceX's Falcon 9 became operational, most U.S. national security payloads were launched using United Launch Alliance, Atlas V, and Delta IV rockets. Both rockets were fully expendable. You use them once, and then you have to completely build new ones. Their designs represented upgrades of rockets and systems from as early as the 1960s. Because ULA, and before that Boeing and Lockheed, which merged to create ULA, held a monopoly over orbital launches and existed solely to maximize profit, there was no need to innovate. Any excess revenue diverted toward research and development would only have undermined shareholder primacy, which is all they care about. Shareholder primacy and power. They want more power. Initially, lobbyists representing established aerospace corporations attempted to block SpaceX's entry into government launches. Today, U.S. policy think tanks funded by corporations like Boeing and Lockheed hold SpaceX up as an example. They don't hold these other corporations up as an example. They hold SpaceX up as an example of the innovation possible because of the American system. But in reality, SpaceX succeeded despite it. So it's just interesting how all of these pro-American exceptionalism and pro-American primacy policymakers in these think tanks funded by corporations that pursue power and profit and are incapable of doing the things SpaceX is doing always try to point to SpaceX as, see, that's what America can do, and that's why we need to continue pursuing policy. We can beat the Chinese. Look at SpaceX. China has nothing like what SpaceX has. And so you see the mental gymnastics these people perform while creating policies that are actually driving everything the U.S. does, abroad and even at home. These same policymakers now seek to exploit the capabilities a purpose-driven SpaceX developed to enhance the continued profit and power-driven pursuit of U.S. primacy. No matter what you think about Elon Musk and his politics, and I have absolutely no use for Elon Musk and his politics, his focus on SpaceX and Tesla, and there's several other technologically related pursuits of his that actually do make sense and are actually things going in the right direction. And he's a bit of a savant where he can see so clearly where things need to go in terms of technology, but then when it comes to politics, he's completely incapable, almost as if there's something wrong inside of his head. He's completely incapable of using the same first principles he used to build up these successful enterprises. He's incapable of using first principles to examine modern day geopolitics, and he just simply lets his emotions and his prejudices, his bias, and his emotions more than anything else just completely take over. And it will be to his own undoing. I almost guarantee it. And it already has begun a process that looks more or less inevitably irreversible. But that's another story. Russia and China, on the other hand, have entirely purpose-driven state-owned enterprises engaged in every aspect of national development, from energy production to military industrial production and aerospace research and development. Russia and China have state-owned enterprises that exist solely to perform a function for the state. They do not exist purely to pursue profit and power like the vast majority of corporations across the West. This is what allows them to do more with less. This is why Russia is producing more weapons and ammunition than the entire West combined, because they have a military-industrial base that exists to fulfill the purpose of making arms and ammunition, while the collective West, their arms industry exists solely to produce profits, maximize profits at all other costs, including being able to produce enough arms and ammunition to win all of the wars that they themselves started. Russia's limitations come in the form of its smaller population and economy and the constraints placed on it by ongoing U.S. containment and confrontation, especially amid the ongoing proxy war in Ukraine. People like to pretend it has no cost at all on Russia. It does, and it does place limitations on things that Russia could do, things that it would be doing if it was not tied up in Ukraine. While it is unlikely Russia can now match or exceed the capabilities enabled by SpaceX, Russia had previously surpassed the U.S. in terms of launch capabilities. At one point, shuttling U.S. astronauts to and from the International Space Station for years because of the inability of U.S. aerospace monopolies to develop a timely replacement for the space shuttle. I don't know if people remember that, but for years and years and years, the United States government paid Russia to send their astronauts up to the space station. After the space shuttle retired, they went years and years with no replacement because the entrenched aerospace monopoly, they weren't interested in building anything timely and effective. And even to this day, they really don't have an alternative for the space shuttle. They now depend solely on SpaceX. Boeing was working on a Starliner, but you could just look into that and all the problems they have, because Boeing is Boeing, and Boeing wants profits more than anything else, more than they want a functioning spacecraft. And so that shows you that Russia, despite being smaller, despite having a smaller economy than the United States, their space launch capabilities were disproportionately greater because it was purpose-driven. And again, despite all of the disadvantages that they faced, they still had the ability to do that when even the U.S. didn't. So think about that. Now, let's talk about China. China, on the other hand, has a larger economy, a vastly larger industrial base, more modern and extensive infrastructure, and millions more STEM graduates each year than the U.S. STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, mathematics. How many more STEM graduates than the U.S. do they have, Brian? Millions more. This is the United States, 500,000. Here's China, almost 5 million. Look at Russia with a much smaller population than the U.S., almost the same number of STEM graduates as the U.S. That is a huge problem. That is a huge disadvantage. The U.S. never even thinks about when talking about preventing China's rise or matching or surpassing China or stopping China from surpassing the United States. These are things that they don't seem to be adding into the equation. Together with purpose-driven state-owned enterprises and national policy promoting purpose-driven private business, China has already surpassed the United States across a number of fields and will almost certainly surpass U.S. space launch capabilities in both quality and quantity, barring extreme preventive measures taken by the U.S. You can already see China lining up a number of space launch systems that have the potential to become reliably reusable, to match or exceed anything SpaceX has achieved, and they will do more. They will go beyond that. And their progress is not linear, it is exponential. They are catching up faster and faster and faster to the United States, and anything they still have an advantage in. And when I say barring extreme preemptive measures taken by the U.S. is planning and preparing for a cataclysmic clash with China. They cannot accept China irreversibly surpassing the United States. They will do almost anything to stop this from happening, including some sort of conflict by proxy or even directly to try to cripple and set back China. So that's what I'm talking about. But if the U.S. does not succeed in doing that, China will inevitably and completely surpass the U.S. in all measures, by all metrics. A new space race, new rules. Let's talk about why reusability is where the new space race is rooted. And I know that people are talking about going back to the moon, going to Mars, but reusability is how all of that's going to happen on any sort of scale. And that is the revolution that is going to drive that. And whoever is able to do that the best is going to have the biggest advantage. Right now, the US has the biggest advantage. SpaceX's Elon Musk, in regards to the test launch of Juke-3, remarked that even if it is successful, by the time it reaches large-scale production and use, SpaceX's next-generation launch system, Starship, will have surpassed it. I don't know if you've ever seen Starship. It is the largest, most powerful rocket ever created. They are test launching Starship, different iterations of its design, prototypes essentially, and they are test flying them. Suborbital, they haven't actually done an orbit around the Earth, but they're suborbital launches, for all intents and purposes, going into space and coming back. And they plan to do orbital tests very soon. And it is a massive rocket, and is a quantum leap ahead of even Falcon 9. And so, yes, China would have to do a lot of catching up. But just because it took years for China to catch up to the United States in terms of space launch capabilities before SpaceX pushed the US back into the lead, and now it has taken several more years for China to begin developing and testing its own reusable rockets, doesn't mean it'll take the same amount of time to match SpaceX's Starship, or that China won't be able to leapfrog US space launch capabilities altogether. As a matter of fact, China is already developing the Super Heavy Long March 9 and 10 launch systems meant to perform the same roles as SpaceX's Starship, with engine production and testing already ongoing. So they actually have hardware that they are testing, engines that they are igniting and testing that will go onto the Long March 9 and 10 launch systems. They will not be reusable like Starship, but they will be able to perform the same roles. And so you can already see how they're catching up, if not in reusability, but the capability Starship would provide. And then eventually, of course, they're going to catch up in terms of reusability to this. There's nothing that the United States has or represents that is inherently better than China. China has a larger population, better education, better infrastructure, larger industrial base. They will catch up and they will surpass the United States. It is inevitable. While the U.S. has one purpose-driven space launch company, perhaps two, Blue Origin, if you believe anything Jeff Bezos says, China represents a vastly larger purpose-driven nation, not just companies, but an entire nation that is purpose-driven, with all of the ingredients necessary to not only rapidly match the U.S., but permanently surpass it. And again, that is what the U.S. is attempting to prevent at all costs. And in overall military, economic, and industrial competition, the U.S. is losing to China in virtually all regards. It is unlikely to maintain its advantage over China in terms of space launch capabilities, especially considering these capabilities were developed despite the primary characteristics of America's socioeconomic and political system, not because of it. So again, people in these think tanks in the United States say SpaceX reflects the American system, but actually it is an anomaly amid the U.S. system. ULA represents the U.S. system, and ULA cannot compete with China even today. Actually, they lost years ago, and it was only SpaceX that helped the U.S. catch up and surpass China temporarily. Should China fail to catch up to the U.S. for a variety of reasons, including ongoing U.S. ambitions to encircle and contain China with chaos, conflict, and even proxy war, in the same manner it has done so to Russia, a large and dangerous advantage will be given to the United States, who has long since demonstrated an eager desire to fully exploit it economically and even militarily. The first thing Americans thought to do with Starlink is create Star Shield, which actually has nothing to do with shielding anyone. It has to do with enabling U.S. military capabilities from Earth orbit, or to enhance them even. The lopsided access to space afforded by reusable launch systems means placing not only larger and more capable satellite constellations into orbit, it also means being able to target and remove the constellations of others from orbit. This includes the use of co-orbital satellites, sometimes called killer satellites or inspector satellites, able to approach the satellites of other nations. You can approach them, you can gather intelligence from them, you can disrupt their capabilities, you could physically destroy them using these co-orbital satellites. Nations like the US, with a high launch cadence, can quickly put up new, more advanced co-orbital satellites into orbit, or replace any losses from an adversary's co-orbital or anti-satellite capabilities. So let's just imagine a war broke out today between the United States and China. And both nations say, we're going to wipe out the other nation's orbital assets, their navigation satellites and these low Earth orbit communication networks that China is already building, just not on the scale of Starlink. And they start destroying them. Because of the launch cadence SpaceX affords the United States, they will be able to put up more systems capable of destroying Chinese satellites and also more satellites to replace constellations damaged or destroyed by China's anti-satellite capabilities. Russia, China, the United States all have the ability to launch missiles and hit satellites in orbit. They have all demonstrated an ability to do this. They've already tested it, and it works. This represents a lopsided balance of power in orbit, creating a potentially lopsided balance of power back on Earth. Only time will tell whether or not China's ability to match the U.S. in all matters on Earth can be extended over this new space race above it. And again, it seems almost inevitable that China will succeed in doing this. And by doing so, lock in a multipolar world, a balance of power between nations rather than the U.S. imposing itself on all other nations. And the hope, I think, there is probably in Beijing, in Moscow, in other capitals around the world investing in multipolarism is that eventually the interest driven in the U.S. by the perpetual pursuit of power and profit, they will collapse because they will no longer be able to pursue profit and power at everyone else's expense. The multipolar world will put an end to that, and they will just collapse, atrophy and collapse. And more purpose-driven interests will replace them in the U.S., and the U.S. will seek to play a proportional role in the multipolar world alongside everyone else rather than imposing themselves on everyone else. I think that is the hope. And it's important to understand all of that going on up above us because it does definitely have an impact on everything we are doing down here on Earth. I hope that article was useful to you. If you thought it was useful and you would like to help my channel out, please like and share. Think about subscribing. It's free to do. It helps the channel grow. Hit the notification bell. It'll help notify you when new videos go up. Check the video description below for all of the other places you can find and follow my work. All of my videos go up on YouTube, Rumble, Telegram, and X. And the video description will be all of the links that I referenced while reading this article, as well as the link to the article itself. Also in the video description below are ways you can help support my work. I do not monetize any of my social media platforms. If ads pop up, feel free to skip them or block them. They're not helping me out at all. If you do want to help support my work, please do so through Buy Me a Coffee and through Patreon. Again, the link will be in the video description below. For everyone who has been helping out, whether it's a one-time donation, donations month to month, or if you have no spare resources at all, don't worry about it. Just simply liking and sharing or posting a kind comment or sending a news tip. All of this helps tremendously. All of this together helps make this work possible. So I thank you sincerely. And as always, thank you for watching.
Welcome back, Regent Michael.
Welcome to you too. Thank you.
And Happy New Year to both of you.
Yes, and to you.
And to our audience. And Richard, let me start with you. You've been to France recently, and before the New Year coming. So what is, when it comes to France and the problems they're dealing with, what is the main issue in France, in your opinion?
I think the main issue in France is the whole decision-making apparatus. I've been going to France for a long time. I speak French. My father was born in France. I have connections there that follow from all of that. I have never in my lifetime heard the level of alienation a random collection of people that I know, that I spoke with while I was there, and the Macron government. it is not an exaggeration to say that an enormous part of the French population, and particularly in and around Paris, which has a role in French society and culture that is hardly equaled anywhere else. And so if you don't have Paris, you already got a problem. And Mr. Macron does not have Paris at all. There is eager excitement for him to be gone from the scene. People mock him when he's on television in the bar. They mock him on the street. It's quite something to encounter. And people make comparisons. The one that I found the most remarkable was in a short conversation that actually my wife had with a person. We were at a cafe, and the person asked my wife whether she supported Mr. Trump, and my wife laughed and said, "Oh no, quite the opposite." And the person, the French citizen, responded with kind of a compassionate tone, "Well, in our country, we hate Mr. Macron, but the whole world hates your president. That's the difference." So, it gives you a sense of what the feelings were. Now, what are the reasons? Well, the reasons are everything from the surface, the superficial, on to the deep and the historical. So, for example, Mr. Macron is forever undermining, reducing, attacking the social welfare system of France. And let me remind everyone, it's quite a developed social welfare system. When you graduate high school or college in France and you take your first job, your employer is required to give you 5 weeks of paid vacation every year from the beginning. The university system is basically free. You have to pay your food and your lodging, but you don't pay fees or tuitions, things like that. That's not necessary. If you have an injury or if you get sick, you are covered by a medical insurance program of the government from your birth to your death. You cannot go bankrupt out of medical expenditures the way is common here in the United States. Daycare for children is provided, for example, in Paris as a public service. There is a charge, but it's very, very low. It's something that most working class couples, if they're both working, can readily afford, which is how they can both work, because they have that system in place. And by the way, all of these services, all of these public services have been in place in France for many decades. These are not new programs. They work well. They are adequately funded, a little bit less now than they used to be, and that's an issue. Mr. Macron is blamed for that. He has tried repeatedly to attack the pension program, so far largely unsuccessfully. Some success, but nothing of the sort that he had hoped for, and so on. Number 2, he is a supporter of Ukraine, and therefore involved, as he was, in the effort to use the money seized from Russia, the balances in Western currency that Russia had kept in banks and banking institutions in Belgium and other parts of the European Union. The estimates about this are very fuzzy, but range from 200 to 300 billion or euros as the rough size. In the first couple of years, Mr. Macron sounded like he supported the idea that private property is an inviolable principle of capitalism, and that therefore the Europeans could not and should not take Russian money. There really is no precedent for that, and since this was not a war, dwarfing World Wars I and II, it didn't seem to him. Then they weren't able to win. Then they tried the sanctions program. It is generally admitted in France now by almost all, not all, but by almost all, that the economic sanctions have failed. They did not prevent Russia from fighting the war, funding the war, escalating the war as they needed to, and there's no sign that it's going to do that either. And that is the case. The newspapers are full of it too. The occasional drone attack on an oil tanker somewhere doesn't change any of that. And then there was the spectacular failure over the last year when the Europeans, including Macron, decided to put the inviolability of private property out the window and to go after the Russian money. First, they took the interest, which I believe they have already spent on Ukraine. But they then developed the view, Mr. Macron, together with Mr. Merz from Germany, and remember, those are the two dominant economies in Europe. The only other ones are Britain and Italy, and they are lesser than France and Germany. So they decided they would take the whole 200 billion and give it to Ukraine to get at least another year or two of war against Russia. I should mention, before I bring this to a head, that the demonization of Russia and the demonization of Putin is as intense now as it has ever been, and I include the Cold War after World War II. It's more intense now, extraordinary. Anyway, a number of countries other than France and Germany, led by Belgium, the Czech Republic, and one or two others, publicly refused to go along with what would have to be a unanimous decision of the European Union to seize Russian assets in that way. And the Belgians were unwilling to allow a loan to be floated that used as a guarantee those Russian assets. And I want to stress here, so that everybody understands it, the enormous historical significance far beyond Ukraine, far beyond anything we're discussing, of the defeat of Europe because it could not seize the Russian assets. The one thing worse for Europe than making the effort to do that was failing in the effort to do that, because that got them all the negatives, all of them, from their effort, with no positives. No money for Ukraine, no loan that's going to be backed by somebody else as well. So here, let me conclude by telling you what some of these consequences are. First, every central bank in the world watched this theater. Every central bank knows that if you keep money in Europe, which virtually every central bank does, that money may be weaponized against you in the manner that the Europeans, unlike anyone else, seriously tried to do and have done with the interest on that money. Which means, slowly but surely, the central banks of the world are going to continue to diversify out of the euro, out of the dollar, because those are dealt with as partners so far. And that's one of the reasons why other currencies, the Japanese, the Chinese, are becoming slowly, they're still minor, but slowly becoming important in central bank thinking. And you have, of course, and you should be aware of this, everyone should, the spectacular rise in the value of gold and silver over the last year, which is where the central banks are moving their holdings to. Excuse me. So this is a long-term blow at the European economy in its position in the world. As if that weren't enough, the United States is clearly withdrawing from funding Ukraine. It is therefore putting a greater burden on Europe to try to keep this going. Now that they can't take the Russian money and the American support is shrinking, if not disappearing, more and more of the pressure comes on them and on their budgets. And they can't borrow because of their economic decline the way they once could. So they're left with the need to cut back on social welfare spending, plunging them. And let's remember, these are centrist governments or right-wing centrist governments. So they are particularly vulnerable to the left-wing parties and the labor movement, and because the organization to support public service is much stronger in Europe than it is in the United States, and people have to keep that in mind. So you're setting up a catastrophic political conflict across Europe in which the forces that refuse to allow the working class to be deprived so that money can be used in Ukraine, this is not going to work. And you're going to see a fracturing. One of the reasons you get the level of hysteria about Russia, Americans who come out of the Cold War might think, oh, well, it's just as sort of the Cold War holds on. No, this is a more intense. The Cold War is over, but the hostility. Why? Because it's the only card the European governments can play. They are taking away from the mass of the people the social welfare that they have come to rely on. My French family relies on free higher education, on free medical care. I mean, it's just a completely different. The idea that this could be taken away or reduced motivates them to do yellow vest movements and get into the street. So I think what we're going to see in 2026 is an intense playing out of the political struggle between a shrinking, failing, conservative governmental apparatus. And unfortunately, I include Starmer, Merz, Macron, all of them, basically. Possibly the exception of the leader in Spain, but very few departures in the major European countries. They are going to be holding on for dear life to their political power, and their number one way of doing that is that they're protecting against the Russian menace. They have to act as though Russia was about to invade all of Europe, subordinate all of them, and that only the government in power will hold it back. And from below will be the demand for public services to be honored and to be maintained. And they will get no help from the United States, because the United States has a wholly different agenda. They want what they call stability in Europe. Trump is eager to make some sort of deal with Putin to arrange for all of that. And Mr. Putin is not going to allow that to be Mr. Trump's achievement if he's busily supporting the anti-Russian hysteria in Europe. And so they have nowhere to turn. And so there is a sense all over France that I encounter of a real sad feeling that what is important in France, the grandeur, as they put it, is under attack in a way it never has been before, that they are suffering a very tragic decline, and they're really torn. The largest bloc in the National Assembly is the left wing, led by Jean-Luc Mélenchon, a former communist political activist. And he, under his leadership, has unified the left. They stand together. They put up one list of candidates, which is why they are the biggest bloc in the assembly. They have achieved the unity of the left, which has eluded most of the left wings in other parts of Europe. And so they may be the leader in dumping Mr. Macron and becoming a major new direction. I should mention in passing, noticeable on the streets of Paris were vehicles that were BYD, cars and trucks. Those are the Chinese electric automobiles. They are coming into France. There's no question about it. And however that gets dealt with, the signs are there. You will not see them in the United States, but you will see them on the streets of Paris.
Yeah. Michael, I think one of the crucial points that Richard has mentioned is how Europe was trying to steal Russian assets to give it to Ukraine, to buy new weapons for Ukraine.
What I was saying, that the enabling, that having cut off Europe and other countries from trade with Asia, now Trump says, well, you put all your eggs in the U.S. Trade basket, but now I'm going to close that off unless you do give-backs. And the give-backs is you've got to, number one, agree to very strict new sanctions, tighter sanctions on Russia and China, and by the way, that any BRICS countries that support them, in other words, 85% of the potential world market, so that you're totally dependent on the United States. Secondly, you have to, we're going to raise tariffs that you're going to have to pay. Third, you're going to have to deindustrialize your economy, because now that I've closed the U.S. market to you, and you've had to triple or quadruple their price of energy by blocking off Russia, oil and gas. Now you have to relocate your major industries to the United States, but not China, not Russia, not to Central Asia, and not to the BRICS countries, but to the United States. And if you don't do that, I'm going to keep tariffs so high that your industrial companies, especially those of Germany, that have depended on export markets for their major growth, you're going to all of a sudden have to close down your factories, lay off your labor force, and just passively deindustrialize. Because if you don't, then you will lose the American umbrella that is protecting you against Europe. So Richard has pointed out that the left wing in Europe is, certainly in France, is very strong, and yet the European Union is controlled by the hard right, pro-war, pro-Cold War, neocon wing of that is appointed von der Leyen and Kallas, the passionate anti-Russians in charge of foreign policy. And von der Leyen, when she surrendered to all of Trump's demands for givebacks, Europe has to relocate its industry in the United States away from its own employment. Von der Leyen said, "Well, we did it because of the Cold War. That's at least we have stability now." And Trump, she said, assures stability. Here we finally have a stable ruler, and we know what the rules will be now. The rules are going to force us to deindustrialize, but that's the price we have to pay to protect Germany from the Cold War, because next time they're not going to stop at Berlin as they move west. They're going to take all of Germany. And her associates, the EU and German finance ministers and other officials said, yes, it's not just about achieving balanced trade. It's all about the Cold War. So this Cold War has become the ideology that Europe needs the United States. And of course, then Trump said, okay, now I'm pulling out the rug from under you. I'm not going to pay for your Cold War with Ukraine, with Russia in Ukraine. The fight in Ukraine is not a fight between Russia and Ukraine. It's between Russia and Britain, Germany, France, and the EU leadership, which is totally monopolized by the pro-Cold War faction that is willing to do just what Richard's described. Cut back social spending. We're on a war economy now because what we're fighting for is the European values. And the European values we're fighting for are those of Ukraine. Total military control of the media, one-party control, banning political opposition to the lead party. We need our values are those of Ukraine. We need a military kleptocracy here, just like they have. I mean, this is the nightmare that is being welcomed by Europe. So what is really an issue here? Even if we're talking about economic interests being the main driver, what's at issue is, will this ideological umbrella that the Cold War with Russia comes first? We must have we must share the British and German hatred of Russia and the Baltic hatred of Russia. That has to become the guiding principle of our domestic economic policy. And yes, there are going to be sacrifices. We will deindustrialize. We will lose the European, mainly German, also French and Italian industrial trade that we had before. But it's the price to be paid. We have to become basically an economic colony of the United States. This must be the ideological, political discussion to take place in Europe in order for there to be an opening for Europe to follow its seemingly economic self-interest, which all along was what existed before 2022. If you're going to have an export market, you're going to look for, well, what economies are growing most rapidly. The myth is that somehow if European countries are going to industries, the steel industry, the German auto industry, German machinery industry, similar industries from Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, if they move to the United States, can that succeed in industrializing the United States? Well, it really can't. And that brings up the second issue that we've discussed before. I think 2 shows ago, Richard pointed out that when he and I were in school for our PhDs, one of the most popular courses was development economics. Everything they were teaching in development economics was irrelevant. They all assumed that what is development? It was Keynesianism, military Keynesianism. Spend more money into the economy and the economy will grow. There was no discussion of, well, what's the shape of the economy? What's the tax system? How do we follow the same policies of growth that Britain, the United States, Germany all followed? Protective tariffs, subsidy of industry, and most of all, keeping basic utilities, communications, transportation, natural monopolies in the public domain by socializing monopolies instead of leaving them in private hands to make monopoly rents. None of this was discussed in normal economic. You weren't supposed to question the structure of monopoly, just how do we make existing economic systems bigger, even though these economic systems through the countries that were called underdeveloped were underdeveloped because they were rentier systems. They were client kleptocracies. They were systems that weren't developing at all, and these undeveloping economies were just to be made bigger, which meant concentrating whatever increasing income they had at the top of the economic pyramid. All of that has to be brought into question, and you would expect that with the kind of economic shrinkage that we're seeing in Europe now, that's going to reopen the whole chance for this kind of a discussion to take place. The question is, will it? The Germans have basically, and British have banned all discussion, for instance, criticism, for instance, of the Israeli policy against the Palestinians. You're not allowed to complain about what's happening in the Palestinian areas by the Israeli expansion. You're not allowed to explain why Russia is so threatened by NATO's expansion, because American security is defined as obliterating Russian security, obliterating other securities. American security is not secure unless no other countries has the security to protect themselves against American political, military, and financial pressure, like seizing Russia's money, to force them to follow U.S. policy. So there's the discussion in the public media is not touching on the kinds of things that we're discussing on this program for the last half year, Nima. That's the question. How can Europe break through this trap of tunnel vision that it's locked into, that has prevented it from solving the problem of how do you break away from trying to save an American industrial economy that itself cannot be saved until you transform the American economic system, just like you're transforming the European and economic system in the way that Asian countries China, especially, has been changing its economic system by, as we've said before, reinventing the same wheel that the American industrialists developed in the 19th century to develop their own industry when this was called evolving into social democracy, or, to put it in one word, socialism.
Nima, I want to go, based on everything we've been discussing, and ask the question, why or how might we explain the notions in Europe that we're talking about, this ideological commitment, the anti-Russian everything, the conservative governments, all of that on the one hand, and the strategy of the United States to try to cut a deal of some sort with Russia to quote-unquote stabilize. I think from the European perspective, what we're watching, and we need to keep it in our minds, is this ultimate ironic consequence of hundreds of years of colonialism. Towards the end of Marx's Capital, he makes a comment about how his next project is going to be to talk about how capitalism creates, for the first time, a genuine world economy, an economy in which all the different parts of the world participate and become dependent upon. And people tend to go over that and see it as an appreciation of capitalism, if you like. I want to argue that it is, in a way, the death, at least of Western capitalism. Why? Well, I'm going to show it to you by going back to how it is that the Russians were successful in preventing Europe from seizing Russian assets to keep that war going for another year or two without the domestic opposition they are now confronted with. The reason the Russians were able to avoid that bullet, and let's be clear, had that been done and had that money been raised in that way and had it been used to give Zelensky the money and the weapons that he keeps asking for, you would have had that war continue for quite some time. Nobody knows how long, but for quite some time, at enormous cost to Ukraine, to Russia, etc. Here's why. The Russians did two things, one earlier and one quite recently. The one earlier was to make it clear that if the West seized Russian assets in the West, Russia would seize Western assets inside Russia, which, because of the development of the world economy, are large. People have to understand, Putin made it crystal clear, if you actually take it, not the interest, he let them take that, he didn't push back on that the way he could have, but if you take the principle, then I'm going to take your stuff. The thing he did most recently, just a few weeks ago, was to have the government of Russia go into court and to announce that if loans were made to Ukraine, which everybody knows Ukraine cannot pay back, so that the lenders, whoever they are, will demand the collateral, which is the Russian assets. That's the idea of what Europe was doing. Putin went into court and said, this is an act of the European Union. And if you do that, we the Russians, will go, here we go now, go into every court in every jurisdiction, inside every country, Malawi or Paraguay or Canada, and we will sue to recover assets stolen from us. And you know, and we know that we're going to win a lot of those judgments, partly because they're in countries that are our allies. Suddenly, if you allow me, the dialectic of creating a world economy comes back to bite the United States and Western Europe right in the rear end. The world economy, their colonialism began and did the first steps of, has now taken on its own growth logic, drawing many of the big companies in the West to want to profit from what they can do in China, in India, in Brazil, and all those other places. And now, as Hegel taught, you become dependent on those you made dependent on you. You become dependent on the dependent relationship, not just the other guy. Remember in Hegel, the master and the slave. The master becomes dependent on the relationship to the slave, because the slave is made to do everything and the master can't. That's what we have now. The West can't do it. And I would disagree a little bit with Michael. Whatever their ideological note, they're not going to solve this problem, the Europeans and the Americans. I don't see it. Normally I see, and you know, they've gone through many crises. I'm the first one to admit it. You know, the old joke, what do Marxist economists say with great pride? With great pride, they announce they have predicted 10 of the last 4 recessions, right? That's a joke, but it's a joke like all good jokes that has its grain of truth. But I don't see a way out. I don't see a lot of European companies finding their energy costs so high, they're going to move to the United States. Are you kidding? Move to a country as destabilizing as this one? A country that has to go to the Supreme Court to find out it can't use its own troops against its own people in its own cities? My goodness, you know, they're not coming because it would be crazy to do so. The United States may want stability, but it doesn't have stability. And it can't offer it to anyone either. Can you imagine the conversation among German industrialists bemoaning what the United States did to them, and then having them say to each other, well, it's okay, we can move to the United States. They don't want to, and they don't see that as a solution to their problem. And they're not going to spend billions or even trillions making such a move when the risk is so enormous. That's not what they do. Here's then the irony. Just as capitalism begins in England, enables the British Empire, and then watches as the British, using their empire, cannot save their own capitalism, even using it. So they are the pathetic object we observe now. Well, Europe is following, and the United States is following. And in the same way, its own empire and the development of it, both the development they controlled, those countries that got foreign aid, but even more the countries they couldn't control because they didn't give them foreign aid. You know, Russia, China, North Korea, Vietnam, so on. They're the leaders. They're the leaders of the breakaway tendencies. I think the depression I encountered the last 2 weeks in Paris, still one of the most beautiful cities in the world, but the depressive feeling that the people there themselves talk about is, I don't want to become mystical here, but is in a way the awareness, even among the leaders we are criticizing, that the days of the European center of the world are over. And they're not just over for Europe, they're over for where the Europeans settled. North America, Australia, New Zealand. Those places are having to readjust to a new world. They don't want to, they're worried about it, but there's no, I don't see where an option to what I'm describing offers an alternative path. And that's the final point. At the new year, reacting as we all are, or I'm assuming we all are, to a tumultuous year of Mr. Trump the second time around, when he has shown much more of his wild, extreme predilections than he did the first time, or is able to get them through. You are watching a political theater of desperate actions, and you're frightening. The Wall Street Journal gave him a nasty report card at the end of his first year, I believe in yesterday or today's edition. Mr. Murdoch is worried that this is spinning out of control. And here's my ironic thought. That's what the people in Paris were saying. We fear it is spinning out of control. Mr. Macron is in way over his head. He can't manage it. He's not managing it. He prances around and people make fun of him as a kind of irrelevant clown. And isn't that true of our country for an awful lot of people who are beginning to see Mr. Trump as somebody they want to back away from? Look at Marjorie Taylor Greene. Look at Elise Stefanik. Look at O'Neill, the guy from Texas. They're leaving. They're leaving because they can see on the wall they're polling. Things are spinning out of control.
Yeah. Well, Richard, you've left a pretty big loophole when you say Europe would have to be crazy to relocate its industry in the United States. Well, the European policymakers are crazy. So what are we to do? Well, what may introduce a note of reality is just because the government of von der Leyen and the EU have promised to relocate, I think, from $200 to $400 billion of industry away from Europe to the United States, doesn't mean that they can force the actual companies to do it. How can they force
the
big car manufacturers, International Harvester, the glass-making companies that can't get inexpensive gas to make glass anymore, the machinery companies? How can they convince these companies to actually relocate when the companies find the same problems that Japanese companies and Taiwanese companies and Korean companies have found? Japan has committed itself to shifting $550 billion to $750 billion of investment to the United States to employ American labor instead of the steadily shrinking Japanese labor force, as the population simply is not reproducing itself anymore. The Korean companies have said, well, the government has promised $350 billion of relocating there, but we can't afford that at all because we're not able to earn the export proceeds of our cars and electronic equipment to America because of the tariffs. So how are we going to be able to force? We tried to relocate this big computer company into the American South, but Trump's people arrested our Korean workers and deported them and said employ American workers, but we found that the American workers are not up to the standards of creating a sophisticated high technology factory that we need in order to make our goods. So the Koreans who were deported don't want to go back there because of the American racism and anti-immigrant feeling that Trump has stirred up, just as the European countries are stirring up the anti-immigrant feeling against Ukrainians, Muslims, and other refugees from others. The Taiwan had promised to build an enormous computer chip affiliate in the United States from its leading computer manufacturing company, but it said, we're really having problems. We can't find enough American labor that can work on high technology installations because they don't want to have a blue-collar job. That's the spirit of America. Everybody wants to make money financially. We're not in an industrial capitalist country anymore. That's already been outsourced and to other countries. We're in a financial capitalist country, and the financialization of the American economy is what has made it so high cost. The increase in bank credit to inflate housing prices has increased what American wage earners have to earn in order to be employed by their employers, and the housing costs prices them out of the market. The medical costs of fighting against socialized medicine, against what Bernie Sanders calls Medicare for all, which means socialized medicine, that's increasing the cost. America has become such a monopolized and financialized, high-priced economy that individual companies cannot live up to the promises by their leaders, who are quite loyal to the United States, who's put them in power. And when you talk about Macron being a weak leader, the fact is there are no elections in France, Germany, England for the next three or 4 years. Well, that leaves a whole interregnum of these leaders that are trying to manage Europe's economy to mesh with U.S. demands, and there's a lot of damage that can be done, especially as Trump threatens to increase the tariffs again, to punish Europe for not relocating its industry here and employing American labor instead of European labor in what seems to be a wild goose chase that simply is not going to be to work. And so when you say that capitalism is over, what's over in the United States and Europe is industrial capitalism. In America, that's already evolved into finance capitalism. China's success has been in treating banking and finance as a public utility, just like its healthcare, its education, and other basic needs, which is just exactly what America did in the late 19th and early 20th century to become so competitive, to minimize the costs of production and minimize the costs that employers have to pay labor, because these costs are borne by government in subsidizing the cost of living and doing business. That's not done anymore. The financial aim is to maximize the cost of living and doing business, because if you can force American labor to go into debt to break even, that maximizes bank returns on credit card debt, bank debt, and all the other forms of debt that have been created by the debt-burdened, debt-leveraged American economy. So there would have to be, in order for a change to occur and stability and growth to recover, development economics, you'd have to transform the economy away from the way in which it's been malformed by the evolution into finance capitalism and monopoly capitalism.
And you know, since it's a new year, Nima, we are also, here I'm sitting now in New York City, we did have the inauguration, I believe at midnight, of a socialist mayor. who is going to have to deal with everything that we've been talking about as it plays out in the America's number one international city, which is New York. And it's very clear to those of us who followed the campaign that the vote in New York, and this is in no way to take away from the campaign that Mr. Mamdani ran, which was brilliant and well done. You know, he deserves the applause of anybody who's interested in these sorts of things. But he would agree, I am sure, that the vote he got was a vote against the total mess made of the city of New York by the last 150 years of a capitalist system that chose this place to be its number one city, its biggest city, its financial hub, its playground for the rich, and so forth, that it became unlivable, unaffordable, a disaster for the majority of the people, however much fun it was to live here for those who had a solid income.
You've just described London.
Yes, and as I was going to say, it's good, but Michael is exactly right. We're following what is England? It's London, which is a financial center, living off what remains of the empire's tentacles, tribute coming in from all the old investments that were made in the empire. Meanwhile, the mass of people in Britain, the statistics are staggering of the standard of living collapsing so badly that they not only vote out the conservatives, but the labor people, knowing how tenuous their hold is, basically are producing the conservative program a little less harshly, a little less quickly, but it's not different. They're not able or willing to attack the wealth of London in order to do the kind of transformation. And I'm not clear whether Mr. Mamdani is up to it or will be able to do it here either. But he will have a hard time if he doesn't, and he will have a hard time if he does. And that's a dilemma of a society in as big a trouble as this one is. And nothing symbolizes it more than the fact that starting today, tens of millions of Americans are going to be facing sharply higher medical insurance premiums on the various programs that are still available to them for that purpose. And the Congress will not, and by the way, neither the Democrats nor the Republicans produce the movement that could have prevented that. And that's a part of this. The socialists win the mayoral, but the left, whatever you want to call it, center left, cannot protect the medical insurance, which is already poorly funded, from being worse in terms of its burden on the average person. And you're going to see tension and bitternesses here that are going to be very, very severe in this new year.
I don't think there's anything like the center left. Once you say center, it's not left anymore. Center means you're not going to change things. Center means don't change the system. Just sort of go along.
Keep it on.
Yeah, you can't be center and be left. They're antithetical. So center left means ignore the left. There really is, in other words, there isn't a left. You and I are it.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Richard and Michael. Great pleasure, as always.
Thank you, Nima, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Digital ID will make our interactions with each other and with the state faster, cheaper, and more reliable.
Over the past few months, you have probably seen the claim bouncing around the internet that Tony Blair's son is getting the contract for the UK's new digital ID. His company, Multiverse, is getting £100 billion. The corruption is right there. Outrageous, right? Blatant nepotism. A former Prime Minister's kid cashing in on daddy's connections. There's just one small, teeny tiny problem with that. It's completely bollocks. Ewan Blair's company, Multiverse, is an apprenticeship training company. They don't build software. They've never built software. The BBC had to issue a formal apology after Have I Got News For You repeated this claim. Full fact, debunked it. The government denied it. Multiverse themselves said, and I am quoting here, "We are not an app provider, even for £100 billion. So that's the end of the story then, right? No Blair family corruption here. Move along. Except, while everyone was busy sharing the wrong scandal, the actual scandal was happening right in front of us. And somehow it's even worse. But hey, I'm Andy Roberts and this is The Fine Print, where we read the corporate fine print so that you don't have to die from it. Today we're looking at a story about a former Prime Minister, the second richest man in the world, £250 million in donations and a surveillance system that will track every single person in Britain. And the beautiful thing, none of it's hidden. It is all right there in the fine print. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. Let's start with a quote. Labour Party conference, 1995. Tony Blair, young, fresh-faced, not yet Prime Minister, takes the stage and says this. Instead of wasting hundreds of millions of pounds on compulsory ID cards as the Tory right demands, let that money provide thousands more police officers on the beat in our local community. What a hero. Standing up against Big Brother, defending civil liberties, calling out government overreach. Well, that was in 1995. By 2006, Prime Minister Tony Blair had pushed through the Identity Cards Act, a biometric ID card scheme backed by a national database that would track every use of your ID.
If we want to tackle illegal migration, crime and identity fraud, then using the new biometric technology to have ID cards is an important part of doing so.
Cost estimate upwards of £19 billion, according to the London School of Economics. The scheme was sold as the answer to terrorism, then to illegal immigration, then benefit fraud, then identity theft.
It would be madness not to proceed to use that new technology to produce such a handy, safe, secure card.
Basically, pick your boogeyman and ID cards are the fix. The scheme was an absolute disaster. By the time it was scrapped in 2010, it had burned through £4.6 billion of taxpayer money.
It cost the taxpayer £5 billion. Now, within the first 100 days of the coalition, it's being scrapped.
And produced 15,000 voluntary cards. That is over, oh, carry the one, yeah, £300,000 per card. You could have bought everyone a second-hand Ferrari for less. But here's the thing about Tony Blair. The man doesn't give up. He's like the Terminator, except instead of
I'll be back,
it's all, I'll be tracking your biometric data. Now, if you're already feeling your blood pressure rising, you might want to hit that subscribe button and the notification bell, because we are just getting started. We cover stories on the fine print every week that are exactly like this. Corporate greed, corruption, and the cozy relationships that somehow always seem to cost you money. Anyway, right back to the story, because this is where it gets properly interesting. After leaving office, Tony Blair set up something called the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Sounds all very noble and all that, very humanitarian. The Institute now has over 900 staff, works in 45 countries and had a turnover of 145 million quid in 2023. That makes it bigger than basically every other think tank in the UK combined. Well, where does all that money come from? Well, a lot of it comes from one man. Introducing Larry Ellison, founder of Oracle. Current net worth approximately £290 billion. That makes him the second richest person on the planet. Larry has donated or pledged £257 million to the Tony Blair Institute. Yeah, give that one a moment to sink in. 257 million quid to a think tank run by a former Prime Minister. From the chairman of one of the world's largest tech companies. Now, Larry and Tony aren't just professional acquaintances, they're mates. Best mates, apparently. They holiday together on Larry's super yacht in the Mediterranean. Oh, isn't that sweet? And what does Larry's company Oracle do exactly? Well, they're a technology giant that specializes in databases, enterprise software, and government contracts. In fact, Oracle already has £700 million worth of contracts with the UK government. They've got deals with the Home Office, the Department for Works and Pensions, the Ministry of Justice, and DEFRA. This year alone, Oracle has earned £100 million in revenue from the NHS. So to recap, the world's second richest man who runs a database company with massive existing UK government contracts has given £250 million to the institute run by the former Prime Minister who's been obsessed with national ID databases for decades. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Now, here's where the fine print gets really interesting. Documents obtained under a Freedom of Information law revealed that in September 12, 2024, Tony Blair had a private meeting with Peter Kyle, the business secretary. During this meeting, according to official civil service minutes, Blair noted the work of Ellison Institute and recommended that the Secretary of State sought a briefing on their work. The Ellison Institute, as in Larry Ellison, as in the Oracle chairman, the man who's given Blair's organisation £257 million. So that's a former Prime Minister in a private meeting with a sitting cabinet minister recommending that the government work a little bit more closely with his billionaire benefactor's organisation. And what happened after this meeting? Staff from Oracle and the Ellison Institute met with ministers and senior government officials 29 times in 9 months. 29 times. Peter Kyle met with Oracle bosses. Health Secretary Wes Streeting met with Oracle bosses. Chancellor Rachel from Accounts met with Oracle bosses. Science Minister Lord Valence met with the Ellison Institute 7 times, including one meeting to discuss EIT plans for expansion and alignment with government priorities. Alignment with government's priorities. How thoughtful of them. One tech expert, Rachel Caldicott, put it brilliantly when she suggested we should stop calling the Tony Blair Institute a think tank and start calling it what it really is, an Oracle dealership. But here's the bit that should really make you uncomfortable. Larry Ellison isn't just interested in selling databases. He has a vision for the future.
Studio, you on with me? This is Chopper 5. Studio, you copy?
So way back after 9/11, Ellison publicly offered to pay for the US government to create a national ID card with our photograph and thumbprint digitized. Not a contract bid. He offered to fund it himself, and more recently he's spoken about using AI and constant surveillance to create a society where, and this is a direct quote, citizens will be on their best behaviour. Citizens will be on their best behaviour. Not customers, not users, citizens. This is the vision of the man who's given £257 million to Tony Blair's Institute. This is the company that's meeting with the government ministers 29 times in 9 months. This is the organisation that Blair personally recommended to the business secretary. And the NHS data? Ellison wants that too. At the Dubai World Government Summit in February 2025, Ellison told Blair directly, the NHS in the UK has an incredible amount of population data. He called it fragmented, which in tech billionaire speak means not yet accessible to us. 2 weeks later, Blair's Institute published a report calling UK data infrastructure fragmented and unfit for purpose. 2 weeks. Same talking points, just a coincidence, I'm sure. So where are we now? On September 24th, 2025, the Tony Blair Institute published a report calling for digital ID cards. 48 hours later, 48 hours, Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced that the UK would be getting mandatory digital IDs.
I am announcing this government will make a new free-of-charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work.
In Starmer's own words, you will not be able to work in the UK if you do not have a digital ID.
You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID.
It's as simple as that. But it is technically voluntary. The estimated cost, £1.8 billion to start. That's about £50 from every single taxpayer. For one card. For a scheme that, remember, nobody voted for, wasn't in the Labour manifesto, and that the government initially said they wouldn't do. 63% of the British public don't trust the government to keep their digital ID data secure. Nearly 3 million people have signed a petition against mandatory digital ID, one of the largest petitions in parliamentary history. And the contract to build this system, not formally awarded yet, but experts say Oracle is in pole position. Oracle, Larry Ellison's company. The company that's given £250 million to Tony Blair's Institute. The company whose staff met with ministers 29 times in 9 months. The company whose chairman wants to create a surveillance society where citizens will be on their best behaviour. Conservative Party chairman Kevin Andrei called it out directly. Despite Keir Starmer's promises of a crackdown on cronyism, these revelations show it runs right to the very top of this rotten Labour government. And when Blair's people were asked about all this, they said he was simply discussing the investment Larry Ellison is making in science and technology in the UK. I'm sure he was. So let's recap what we've learned today. In 1995, Tony Blair said spending money on ID cards was a waste. In 2006, he spent $4.6 billion of your money on ID cards that didn't work. In 2025, his think tank, funded by the world's second richest man who runs a database company, publishes a report calling for digital IDs. 48 hours later, the government announces mandatory, voluntary digital IDs. The company in pole position to get the contract, the one run by the billionaire funding Blair's Institute. And everyone was too busy sharing the wrong scandal to notice. The viral posts about you and Blair and multiverse? Completely false. But they served a purpose, didn't they? They made the whole thing seem like fake news, conspiracy theories. Nothing to see here. Meanwhile, the actual corruption documented in government minutes, freedom of information requests and company accounts sits there, right there in plain sight. A former Prime Minister, a tech billionaire, £257 million in donations, 29 ministerial meetings, and a surveillance system that will track every working person in Britain. That's not a conspiracy. That's just the fine print. I'm Andy Roberts. Thanks for reading the fine print with us, and I'll see you in the next one.
Well, Tucker, it's lovely to have you here on Viewpoint. Can I start by asking you why Americans, or if you feel Americans, have many misconceptions about this part of the world?
Well, because, you know, most people, not just Americans, but most people haven't been here. I mean, that's always the number one source of misconception, is lack of experience, direct experience. And so I'm so blessed by my job that I can travel, but I've traveled my whole life to places, and I'm convinced that it's hard to really know what you're talking about unless you see it. And even then, it's hard to know. You don't speak the language. You're not from there. But you definitely don't have a sense of a place unless you visit it. So that's the main reason. And then there are, of course, lots of propaganda efforts going on designed to influence the direction of the U.S. government and the use of military force. And so there are sophisticated propaganda operations going on in Washington full-time, come from a lot of different sources. So those are the reasons.
And in terms of the propaganda that you mentioned, do you think things are changing now there's been talk of this shift away in American politics from a kind of unquestioning support for Israel. This has been a very difficult year, another very harrowing, difficult year in the region, not just in Gaza, but many other countries, Syria, Lebanon, escalation between Iran and Israel. What is your reading of all of this and Washington's kind of approach right now?
Well, the U.S., I'm speaking as an American who's from Washington. America should never pledge its support to any other country unconditionally, and that would go for the countries of my ancestors, Great Britain, Sweden, Finland, and it would go for Israel, Qatar, Saudi, UAE. And there is no country in the world to which the United States owes its unconditional support. That's crazy. The people who run the United States pledge their unconditional support only to American citizens and their voters. That's our system.
But yeah, so as you say, it's about accountability to the voters. But has something shifted in the last couple of years amongst their voters? Is there is the kind of consciousness being raised in a way? Are there conversations happening with regards to the Palestinians and maybe even other issues in the region that were not happening 5 or 10 years ago?
Look, whenever the U.S. government acts on behalf of anyone other than American citizens, it is committing a moral crime. It is undermining the American system, which again is designed for one purpose, and that's to represent American citizens. It's self-government. It's a democratic republic. That's our system. If you want to change the system and make it into some sort of autocracy that acts on behalf of another country, okay, change the system. But under our current system, it is immoral and illegal to act on behalf of another country over and above your country, period. So it's a foundational question. It's the foundational question. And that only happens when people don't know it's happening and aren't allowed to talk about it happening. And now people are talking about it, and of course the beneficiaries of our current perversion don't want to allow that conversation. But we have free speech in the United States. So what you're seeing is people exercising their free speech, and you're seeing a debate that is long overdue. And if there's another side to it, if you think that the point of the U.S. government is to serve a foreign country, tell me how.
But can I ask you, if the conversation was long overdue, why is it only happening now?
People can only be led into an arrangement that acts against their own interests if they don't know it's happening or they're not permitted to notice it. Once they know it's happening and they're allowed to talk about it, it ends. It's literally that simple. So it's all about, are you allowed to say the obvious? And Americans, for a bunch of different reasons, using a bunch of different mechanisms, have not been allowed to do that. Now they are. I would give a lot of the credit to Elon Musk for buying and opening up Twitter, which he renamed X, and all of a sudden there's a vigorous conversation about obvious things. Once that happens, there's no stopping it. And where we're going to arrive at some point, I think soon, is at the promise, the core promise of our existing system, which is the U.S. government is here to serve American citizens first and foremost. Sorry. Yeah, there's no stopping that. And there's no counter argument. So it's, if you say that, we'll shut you down, we'll silence you, we'll slander you, we'll shoot you. Making physical threats against people who are telling obvious truths. They are doing that a lot, including to me.
Do you feel, you make quite a few trips here, but has something changed in the way you feel in the last couple of years? Do you feel
I feel
safe?
that I'm 56, my children are grown. I have an obligation, from my perspective, to tell the truth. In decency and kindness, by the way. Telling the truth does not mean attacking people or pointing out their obvious sins. No, telling the truth means telling the truth in love. What do you think is true? By the way, I've been wrong many times. I supported the Iraq War, okay? I've been wrong. And I know that I've been wrong, and I know that I will be wrong again. So I'm not claiming I have a monopoly on the truth. What I'm saying is, as an American citizen, I have a right to say what I think, and I'm going to. Period.
How could this fight to reshape the American right possibly define how the U.S. engages with the Middle East? Could it potentially change everything?
The President of the United States recently sided in public with an Arab country over Israel. Israel bombed Doha. Qatar is one of our most important allies in the region. Our largest air base is in this country, Qatar. Qatar hosts Hamas at the request of the United States government and the Israeli government for more than 10 years. And Israel bombed a meeting here in Qatar in order to short-circuit Donald Trump's peace process. This was an attack not just on Qatar, but on America. Donald Trump saw it that way. He said he saw it that way, and he forced the Israelis to apologize to the government of Qatar. Nothing like that has ever happened. There's never been a situation where the U.S. president publicly took the side of an Arab country over Israel. That just happened. That is a huge change. That is a seminal change. What are its long-term effects? I can only guess, but we've never seen that before.
And what about countries in the region? Just one final question. What about countries in the region? How might this shift in American politics possibly change the way that they engage? Could there be a rare opportunity for them to engage in a way that they haven't in this changing landscape?
I can't speak for any GCC government. I am an American, and so I will explain what I believe is the American perspective, which is we align with countries that share our values, but mostly we align with countries that have some strategic benefit to us. And this is a resource-dense part of the world. Energy is essential for civilization. And the country that we're most closely allied with has no resources. It is 9 million people. It is a completely insignificant country in the Levant. I'm speaking of Israel. It is an insignificant country from an American point of view. The only reason Israel is significant is because we provide a security guarantee. So we have to defend Israel because I'm not sure why. We have no moral obligation to defend Israel whatsoever. And there's no American interest inherent in Israel. They're the holy sites, which are great, and I think the world should be allowed access to them, to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, to the Church of the Nativity, and to Al-Aqsa Mosque, and to the wall. But as a nation, as a secular nation, there is no overridingly value strategic interest in Israel for the United States. Like, what are we getting out of this? Nothing. It's only cost. Whereas, for example, the 6 GCC nations, there's a very obvious benefit to the United States. So, of course, we should be closely allied with all 6 of these countries. And I know that they're constantly fighting with each other. But again, I'm an American looking at it from an American perspective. Those are very important relationships. Much more important than our relationship with Israel. Much more important. If you were to assess what's in America's interest purely that way, like we're gonna have relationships with other countries based on what's good for us, you would rate your relationship with Qatar, for example, as infinitely more important than your relationship with Israel. Infinitely more important. Now, there are a lot of people dedicated to lying about that. That's not true. They share our values. No. Qatar is a much more important relationship than a relationship with Israel. And I think that's starting to dawn on people. Why are we spending billions of dollars destroying our credibility, paying for the murder of children? Like, how is that good for us? I guess it's good for Bibi. Okay. But it's not good for us. And everyone knows it's not good for us. And only when they stick a gun in your face and tell you to shut up are you going to pretend that it's good for you. But if you're allowed to think for yourself, you realize that is not good. Period.
Tucker Carlson, thank you for joining us on Viewpoint.